Chapter 2840. Silence. Incomparable silence. Outside, it had become deathly silent. Only the magma of the scorching hell was constantly rolling and changing. Could it be that Ling Xiao has some secret that he doesn't want us to know? Phoenix in the Cloud thought of this, but what could he do? He still couldn't do anything. Will the Dark Dragon be in danger? Yamada Taka asked anxiously. It'll be fine. As far as I know, as long as the Dark Dragon transforms into that form, even if he can't defeat the enemy, he'll be fine. Phoenix in the Cloud said confidently. He wasn't worried at all. Instead, he thought that Ling Xiao had trapped himself in a cocoon and sent himself to the tiger's den. Roar! Suddenly, a frightened and angry roar came from the scorching hell. This voice was clearly the Ultralisk's. There was fear in the roar, as if it had seen something unbelievable. Something's wrong, Brother Yun. Quickly think of something, or the Dark Dragon will be in danger. Yamada Taka said anxiously. Phoenix in the Cloud was no longer as confident as before. He didn't understand why the Ultralisk would make such a sound. Could it be that Ling Xiao really had some trump card that even the Ultralisk was afraid of? Suddenly, as if deliberately releasing a terrifying and fierce aura, it was filled with an ancient, primitive, wild, bloodthirsty, and destructive feeling. This feeling was as if an incredible monster had been born in that scorching hell. This kind of monster shouldn't belong to the mystic world. What was it that could emit such a terrifying aura? And why did Ling Xiao deliberately release such an aura? Could it be that he just wanted to show off? Damn it! Roar! The Ultralisk's roar came again. This time, there was no anger. All that was left was despair, sorrow, pain, and fear. It was as if it had encountered an unprecedented crisis. What's going on? Phoenix in the Cloud was also confused. His confidence had been completely shattered. Especially when he thought of Ling Xiao's previous actions, he really couldn't be sure that the Ultralisk was Ling Xiao's opponent. There was no need to even mention Yamada Akashi. He tried to break into the martial spirit space to help, but all his efforts were in vain. Fear and uneasiness grew in the hearts of these two experts. The roar of pain became weaker and weaker, more and more urgent, and finally disappeared completely. The scorching hell, which had been churning violently, gradually regained its tranquility. It was as if the foreign object inside had been removed, and everything was peaceful again. Could it be that the Ultralisk is dead? Phoenix in the Cloud and Yamada Akashi both realized that the martial spirit space left behind by the leader of the Dark Dragon Group was falling apart. This meant that the leader of the Dark Dragon Group was dead. Only in this way could the martial soul space be removed. If he had taken the initiative to remove it, it should have disappeared instantly. What exactly happened in this terrifying scorching hell? Finally, the martial spirit space disappeared completely. The scorching hell was also taken away in an instant. Phoenix in the Cloud and Yamada Akira stared in the direction of the scorching hell. There was a figure standing there. It was Ling Xiao, a domineering and frivolous figure, a cold and handsome figure. Ling Xiao stood there, looking at Phoenix in the Cloud and Yamada Akashi with a smile that was not a smile. The two experts felt their hair stand on end. The scene in front of them was too terrifying, because there was only Ling Xiao there, and the huge Ultralisk was nowhere to be seen. Even the body of the leader of the Dark Dragon Group was gone. This scene was simply too bizarre and too frightening. What exactly happened? They looked at Ling Xiao with disbelief in their eyes, and even uneasiness and fear. What was certain was that the Ultralisk was dead, and there was not even a trace of it left. This was too terrifying. What did you do to the Dark Dragon? Phoenix in the Cloud asked angrily. It was as if a louder voice could reduce the fear and uneasiness in his heart. He really did not expect that he would be frightened by such a kid. It was simply embarrassing. But this was the reality. The death of the leader of the Dark Dragon Group was too strange. People were always very afraid of the unknown. I ate him. Ling Xiao grinned and gave an answer that Phoenix in the Cloud could not accept. You ate him? Don't joke around. Yamada Akashi also roared. How could you eat him? Nothing is impossible. If you want to deal with me, Ling Xiao, you should have thought of the consequences. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Next, it's the two of you. Since we met here by chance, you two can go down and accompany that guy. After saying this, he suddenly charged toward Yamada Akashi. This Yamada Akashi knew how to break the formation. If he was left alive, he would be a disaster sooner or later. He had to be destroyed first. Moreover, he had already lost an arm. This guy's combat strength would definitely be reduced. He was much easier to kill than Phoenix in the Cloud. Illusion. Fog of confusion. Yamada Akashi suddenly roared. He opened his mouth and spat out a thick cloud of smoke. It wrapped around Ling Xiao and instantly engulfed Ling Xiao's figure. Brother Yun, take this opportunity to get rid of him. My fog of confusion has never failed before. I didn't have time to use it before, and he cut off my hand. Now, I want his life to avenge the Dark Dragon. Yamada Akashi said to Phoenix in the Cloud. Actually, without him saying anything, Phoenix in the Cloud had already launched an attack. With such an excellent opportunity, Phoenix in the Cloud naturally had to grasp it tightly and not give Ling Xiao any chance. However, just as he was about to rush out, a voice suddenly rang out. Yamada Akashi heard a voice that claimed his life. Fog of confusion? You actually used an illusion on me. Are you an idiot? Ling Xiao was now the least afraid of illusions. His soul power was much stronger than ordinary warriors. Yamada Akashi's soul power was not even 1/10 of his. Yet, he actually dared to use an illusion on him. This was an extremely stupid move. Using an illusion on someone whose soul power was stronger than his would only result in a backlash. At this moment, Yamada Akashi had already fallen into an illusion of his own creation. In his illusion, he was being torn apart by a ferocious beast, but his body was completely immobile. In the real world, his throat was being pierced by Ling Xiao's sword. Get lost. Phoenix in the Cloud knew that Yamada Akashi could not die. If Yamada Akashi died, he would not be able to control the entire Yamada family. Moreover, there were many things related to arrays that he could not solve. He flew over and heavily slammed his palm towards Ling Xiao's back. On his palm, there was a cold white flame burning. However, facing Phoenix in the Cloud's attack, Ling Xiao did not react at all. The sword in his hand resolutely pierced through Yamada Akashi's throat. At the same time, Phoenix in the Cloud's palm also landed on his back. What made Phoenix in the Cloud extremely surprised was that on the surface of Ling Xiao's body, a blood-red mammoth blood shadow actually appeared. Chapter 2841. That's impossible. Phoenix in the Cloud exclaimed. The fear in his heart grew. Nothing is impossible. I've said it before. I ate him. To be exact, I absorbed his bloodline power. Ling Xiao chuckled. All right, both of them are dead. Next, it's your turn, my vice sect leader. No, I can't die yet. Phoenix in the Cloud suddenly shouted. He turned around and fled. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared into the distance. F***CK. How did he escape so quickly? Seeing Phoenix in the Cloud escape, Ling Xiao had no intention of chasing him. He was actually very tired after killing Shuizhan, the Dark Dragon, and Yamada Zhang. To be honest, he didn't have much chance of winning against Phoenix in the Cloud. It would definitely be a tough battle. When he had just devoured the Dark Dragon, he had unexpectedly received a piece of shocking news. It was that domineering Blade Ghostly and the Qin Nation's army had worked together to break through Demonic Dragon City. He was in a hurry to go back. The reason why he didn't escape and killed Yamada Zhang was purely to intimidate Phoenix in the Cloud. That way, it would be easier for him to fight. Now that Phoenix in the Cloud had escaped, it saved him a lot of trouble. Master, Mountain Master, Little Gold, Mu Qing, Red Witch, Chengwan, don't let anything happen to you. I'll be back soon. Ignoring Phoenix in the Cloud, Ling Xiao threw the Demonic Dragon sword into the air and jumped on it. Back to Demonic Dragon City. The Nine Suns Demonic Dragon Sword was different from ordinary magic treasures. It had its own consciousness. Like a monster, it could fly on its own and wouldn't consume its master's inner strength. For Ling Xiao, stepping on the Demonic Dragon Sword and returning to Demonic Dragon City was obviously more convenient. Whoosh! A sword light flew into the distance. Ling Xiao stood steadily on the wide sword. He closed his eyes and began to consolidate his cultivation. In the previous battle, Although he didn't manage to break through, he had reached the peak of the middle stage of the 12th layer of hell. It was time for him to settle down. And because he had consumed a lot of energy in the battle, he needed to recover well. At this moment, on a grassland more than 10 miles away from the Devil Dragon City, several figures were fighting with a ferocious demonic beast. There were a total of 4 people. 2 of them were Ling Zhao's old acquaintances, Mu Qing and Qin Luan. As for the other 2, they were somewhat unfamiliar. One of them was a young man in his 20s. The other person was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Mu Qing and Qin Luan had received orders from sect leader Chun Bai to rush out of the city to seek help before the city was breached. The dragon cult had quite a few branches in the outside world. Other than those who were secretly bought over by Phoenix in the Cloud, there were also a few who were loyal to Qin Bai. They wanted to seek help from these branches. However, what shocked them was that these few branches that were still loyal to Qin Bai were actually all annihilated. Only the middle-aged man and the young man were saved. The young man's name was Feng Ran, and the middle-aged man was his father, Feng Hao. One was the young leader of a branch, and the other was the leader of a branch. Since they couldn't get help, Mu Qing and Qin Luan planned to return to the Devil Dragon City. No matter what, they had to live and die with the dragon cult. However, on the way, they encountered the war beast raised by the Chun Kingdom's army. This was a terrifying demonic tiger whose strength had reached the mid-stage of the Yin-Yang realm. It was 6 meters tall and nearly 10 meters long. It could spit fire when it opened its mouth, and its claws and teeth were extremely sharp. Miss Mu Qing, this monster is too strong. You should deal with it. Feng Hao suggested. My injuries haven't healed yet. I'm afraid I can't help you much. Feng Ran isn't strong enough. What are you two talking about? It was Mu Qing who saved you. Moreover, the sect leader has been treating you well all these years. How can you let Mu Qing take the risk alone? Qin Luan was a little angry. Brother Qin Luan, don't say any more. You two stay aside. Leave this demonic tiger to me. Mu Qing was also a little dissatisfied. However, Feng Hao was indeed injured. If his injuries worsened, he wouldn't be able to help much even if he returned to Demonic Dragon City. As she spoke, she walked forward alone to face the ferocious demonic tiger. Although this demonic tiger's cultivation wasn't as high as hers, demonic beasts had thick skin and flesh. Their combat strength might not be weaker than hers. This battle might be a tough one. Mu Qing, let me help you. Although you are strong, you have been the only one fighting along the way. We relied on you to fend off the Chun Nation's pursuers and the traitors. No matter what, please let me help. Qin Luan couldn't help but ask. No need. Your mission is to take good care of the 2 of them. Mu Qing shook her head. Of course, she knew Qin Luan's good intentions. However, Qin Luan's strength was too weak compared to this demonic tiger. He couldn't be of much help. If she really wanted to help, Feng Hao could. Unfortunately, he was injured. All right then, be careful. However, if there's really danger, I'll definitely help. After Qin Luan finished speaking, he stood aside and took out his weapon. Although he knew that he couldn't be of much help, he could still block some of the attacks for Mu Qing. It was definitely worth exchanging his life for Mu Qing's. At the very least, that was what he thought. Soon, Mu Qing and the demonic tiger were engaged in battle. Feng Hao and Feng Ran sat to the side and rested. They were far from the battlefield in Qin Luan. Father, are your injuries all right? Feng Ran asked. Shua, lower your voice. My injuries have already healed. However, the situation is still unclear. How can we make an enemy of the Chun Kingdom's royal family? Let's wait and see. If the situation isn't right, we'll kill these 2 fellows and join the Chun Kingdom. After all, we'll still enjoy the glory and wealth. Feng Hao sneered. Brilliant, father. I thought you'd be stupid enough to go to Demonic Dragon City to help that Qin Bai. He should be like a grasshopper after autumn. He won't be able to jump around for long. Feng Ran said excitedly. That might not be the case. That's why we have to wait. If Qin Bai has any trump cards that can turn the tide, we can help him. Although the reputation of being a fence-sitter isn't good, we can live for a long time. We'll side with whoever is stronger. Feng Hao said proudly. No wonder father didn't want to help. I knew it. If you were to help, you should be able to easily deal with that demonic tiger. Feng Ran smiled. Just as they were talking, a loud sound came from the other side. It turned out that the battle between Mu Qing and the demonic tiger was nearing its end. The demonic tiger was heavily injured by Mu Qing and was on the verge of death. Mu Qing also exhausted too much energy and stood there gasping for breath. "I'll help you end it." Suddenly, Feng Ran rushed out and pierced the demonic fox's neck with his sword. Then, he cut off its huge head. Before Mu Qing could say anything, Feng Ran had already taken out the demonic tiger's demonic beast core and placed it into his storage ring. This scene made Mu Qing smile bitterly. However, because the dragon cult needed Feng Hao's strength, she didn't say anything. Chapter 2842. Seeing Feng Ran's actions, Chen Luan was furious. Mu Qing had risked her life to kill the demonic tiger. Now that she had consumed so much energy, Feng Ran actually took advantage of it. The most despicable thing was that Feng Ran actually thought it was natural and did not ask for Mu Qing's opinion. He was obviously looking down on Mu Qing. "Bastard, take out the demonic beast core and return it to Mu Qing," Chen Luan roared. Feng Ran squinted at Chen Luan and showed some disdain. He was afraid of Mu Qing, but he was not afraid of Chen Luan, because he was stronger than Chen Luan. He was already at the peak of the 11th level of the yin-yang realm. "I killed the demonic tiger and took its core. What's wrong with that?" Moreover, Mu Qing didn't say anything. "Why are you being so long-winded? With your strength, I really don't know how you became the demonic dragon's envoy. What a disgrace." "Bah." Feng Ran spat on the ground and scolded. "Kid, let's fight alone if you dare." Chen Luan had been tolerating this father and son for a long time. Since he saved them, they were like masters. They were always taken care of, but refused to do anything. Even the ordinary pursuers would find excuses to stop him, saying that they were injured or not strong enough. Now that he had snatched Mu Qing's demonic beast core, how could he tolerate it? "All right, I'm not Feng Ran if I'm afraid of you." Feng Ran mocked. "I'm just afraid that when I embarrass myself, you'll kneel on the ground and cry." "Come on," Chen Luan roared. He was the kind of person who could be beheaded and bleed, but he would never be humiliated. In his opinion, his backbone was more important than his life. "That's enough, Chen Luan. We still have important matters to attend to. Don't cause internal strife here." Mu Qing suddenly looked at Chen Luan and said, "Mu Qing, you." Chen Luan was stunned. "Ha ha ha ha, look at how sensible Mu Qing is. Learn from her." Feng Ran laughed heartily and sat back down comfortably. A cold light flashed in Mu Qing's eyes, but she did not make a move. In fact, she was even angrier than Chen Luan. But now, she could only focus on the big picture. What was a little grievance? Moreover, she had just fought with the demonic tiger and was now exhausted. If she really fought with Feng Hao, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. Therefore, he had to endure it. "Haha, Miss Mu Qing is indeed a good person." Suddenly, a cold laugh came from the forest. Figures walked out of the forest one after another. The man in the lead looked at Mu Qing indifferently and smiled. "Our monster tiger battle beast's combat strength isn't bad. It once killed a cultivator with the same cultivation as young lady, but I didn't expect it to be killed so easily by young lady." The eyes of these people were as cold as frost, revealing a terrifying killing intent and cruelty. One look, and one could tell that he was not a good person. A warrior from the Chan state. Mu Qing frowned. There was no need to ask. She could tell from the other party's attire. "You got it right, but there's no reward. All of you, prepare to die." Wong. As the other party spoke, a terrifying killing intent suddenly blossomed in the air, enveloping the four of them. "Dad, that guy seems to be the Skeleton General, one of the new 7 generals of the Qin Nation's Heavenly Thunder Legion." Feng Ran approached Feng Hao and said in a low voice, "That's right, it's the Skeleton Generals. Rumor has it that the new 7 great generals were all recruited through conscription. They are the 7 hidden experts of the Qin Nation. In order to invite them out, the Thunder Emperor gave them a sizable reward." Of course, Feng Hao understood the new 7 great generals better than Feng Ran. He also knew that these 7 people were more than 1 or 2 levels stronger than the previous 7 great generals. They were all experts at the 12th floor of the yin-yang realm. The weakest was this skeleton general. However, He was still a late-stage cultivator at the 12th floor of the Yinyang realm. Are we still going to follow those two idiots to their deaths? Feng Ran asked. Of course not. Feng Hao originally wanted to wait until he went to the demonic dragon city and saw the situation before deciding which side to join. However, the appearance of the skeleton general changed his mind. He did not want to be enemies with such a strong person. He walked forward and cupped his hands. I am Feng Hao, the former branch master of the Dragon Cult's branch. However, I am now willing to turn over a new leaf and join the Chen Nation. I can even help you deal with them. What? Hearing this, Mu Qing felt her body tremble violently. She had been holding back and not making a move because she thought that Feng Hao would not betray her. However, Feng Hao's words completely shattered her fantasy and brought her back to reality. You two shameless bastards! Chun Luan roared angrily. Ha ha, you two are really shameless. However, if you want to join us, you have to do one thing first. Didn't you just say that you will help us kill those two? Do it now. The skeleton general looked up to the sky and laughed a few times, then said with a smile. He did not believe Feng Hao and Feng Ran at all. Moreover, even if Feng Hao and Feng Ran wanted to join the Qin Nation, he would not agree. Why would he want people who could betray their own people at any time? Did they want to betray him? However, Feng Hao did not think of this. He was anxious to make a contribution and wanted to take advantage of Mu Qing's exhaustion to kill her easily. Many thanks, General, for giving us this opportunity. We will do it now. Feng Hao chuckled coldly and looked at Mu Qing. I'm sorry, Miss Mu Qing. The dragon cult is already on its last legs. It is impossible for it to make a comeback. Just accept your death obediently and let us father and son seek riches. Feng Ran also looked at Qin Luan and said, Didn't you want to fight me alone just now? Now that there is a chance, I will let you know that you are nothing compared to me. Surround them. Don't let them escape. The skeleton general laughed coldly and ordered his subordinates to surround Mu Qing and Chen Luan. You two shameless bastards. Today, even if I, Mu Qing, die, I will drag you down with me. I was really blind. I actually still had expectations for you too. Truly laughable. Mu Qing was extremely distressed. That's right. You were blind. We are indeed shameless. But so what? The ones who are going to die now are you two, not us. Feng Hao's laughter was filled with thick sarcasm. They will not die. But you two will definitely die. A voice suddenly came from the sky. It was as loud as thunder. It stunned everyone. They all raised their heads to look. Soon, a person stepped on the sword. He was as handsome as a tree in the wind, looking very confident and at ease. His long black hair danced wildly behind his head, but his body emitted an aura of death. That sword was even more ferocious and terrifying. It was like a living thing, releasing a terrifying demonic aura. The youth rode on the sword and stepped on the air. Chapter 28:43. The young man stood on his sword, floating in the air. His chiseled face was cold and awe-inspiring. His gaze was fixed on the father and son duo, Feng Hao and Feng Ran. Your Excellency, please mind your own business. This is a war between the Qin Nation and the Dragon Cult. You have to think carefully. Feng Hao narrowed his eyes. He keenly discovered that although this young man was young, he was very strong, especially the strange sword under his feet, which exuded a terrifying aura like that of a ferocious beast. He did not want to provoke such a person. In this world, there were many hidden experts who had never come out, so they did not know the situation outside. If he could avoid offending them, he would try his best not to. The skeleton general also looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile, I am the 7th general of the Sky Thunder Legion, skeleton. Young hero, I'm afraid you don't understand the situation. These two people are monsters of the dragon cult. They deserve to be killed for bringing disaster to the world. However, when Mu Qing and Chen Luan saw Ling Xiao, they were overjoyed. Mu Qing could clearly feel that Ling Xiao's strength had skyrocketed. Although the sword under Ling Xiao's feet was not the same as Qin Bai's demon dragon sword, it was definitely not an ordinary item. Now that Ling Xiao was here, they were naturally safe. Ling Xiao, you successfully obtained the demon dragon sword? Mu Qing shouted excitedly, feeling as if she had seen her family. This shout made the people of the Qin nation, Feng Hao and Feng Ran, take a step back nervously, their expressions quickly becoming serious. Ling Xiao. This young man on the sword was actually Ling Xiao, who made countless people tremble in fear upon hearing his name. The great enemy of the Qin nation's royal family. The thorn in Phoenix in the cloud side, the thorn in the flesh. He was also Qin Bai's last disciple, the young master of the dragon cult. They actually told Ling Xiao not to meddle in other people's business. Just thinking about it made them feel ridiculous. You want to destroy the dragon cult, kill my master, and kill my senior brothers and sisters. Don't you think it's ridiculous that you don't even recognize me? I think the person you want to kill the most should be me. Ling Xiao looked at this group of idiots with a faint smile. He was still standing on his sword, his eyes cold. A murderous aura instantly filled the air. In an instant, he suddenly moved. Stepping on the demonic dragon sword, he turned into a bolt of lightning and penetrated Feng Ran's body. Feng Ran was split into two halves. Shameless traitor, this is your fate. Landing on the ground, Ling Xiao grasped the demon dragon sword in his hand, and 9 demon dragon sun swords appeared around his body. You killed my son. Feng Hao was enraged. His terrifying aura continued to expand and climb. Although he had heard of some of Ling Xiao's deeds, he did not know that Ling Xiao had killed the leader of the Dark Dragon Group, Yamada Takashi, and the others. If he had known, he probably wouldn't have been so impulsive. I killed him. So what? Ling Xiao looked at Feng Hao coolly and said, Not only do I want to kill him, but I also want to kill you. Kid, aren't you a little too complacent? You actually dare to kill someone who wants to join us in front of me, the skeleton general? The skeleton general was a little annoyed. Ling Xiao killed people without caring about him at all. Oh, you didn't say anything. I almost forgot. You said that you are the 7th general of the Sky Thunder Legion, skeleton. Didn't anyone tell you that your predecessor died in my 10 Extremes formation? Ling Xiao chuckled. Of course I know, but how can that trash compare to me? The skeleton general said disdainfully, This general is a hidden expert recruited by the Qian country's royal family. Is that so? But in my eyes, you are no different from him. You are just putting up a bid to sell your head. Ling Xiao said indifferently, Hateful. Kill him for me. Kill him. Ever since the skeleton general became the general of the Sky Thunder Legion, he had never been so annoyed. This Ling Xiao actually dared to look down on him. His subordinates really didn't know fear. Perhaps they didn't understand Ling Xiao's strength, but they actually shouted and charged at Ling Xiao. A bunch of idiots. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and 9 demon dragon sun swords instantly charged into the crowd. In an instant, more than 10 lives were lost. Those sharp demon dragon sun swords were really suitable to be used as flying swords. The moment he made a move, it immediately intimidated everyone. Feng Hao, who originally planned to launch a sneak attack, was also stunned. Ling Xiao's strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Everyone stared at the youth and the 9 ferocious black, flying swords revolving around him. Their hearts trembled violently. What sword is that? Why is it so terrifying? Don't you know? This is the 9 Sun Demon Dragon Sword. 1 Mother Sword, 9 Sun Swords. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Demon Dragon Sword. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the skeleton general and Feng Hao both revealed a shocked expression. They had seen the Demon Dragon Sword before. Thinking about it carefully, the Demon Dragon Sword that Chen Bai used before looked very similar to one of those sun swords. How did this guy get 9 of these swords all of a sudden? It's too terrifying. Answer my question. How many people did you send to Demon Dragon City? Who is the strongest? Ling Xiao's sharp eyes stared at the skeleton general. Before rushing back to Demon Dragon City, he needed to figure out the other party's background. Kid, you're too arrogant. Do you really think this general is afraid of you? The skeleton general roared, and a huge skeleton appeared behind him. Ling Xiao had seen this guy's martial soul in the Divine Phoenix continent before, but it was definitely not as strong as this guy. But that was only relative. This skeleton general was only at the late stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. In front of him, he would be killed in an instant. His actual combat strength might not be as good as Shuezhan. Ha ha ha, are you afraid? I know your background very well. If you obediently kneel down and tie your hands, I can consider sparing your life." The skeleton general laughed loudly, but in the next moment, his laughter came to an abrupt end. That was because a sword was already pressed against his neck. Feeling the cold demonic aura and killing intent from the demon dragon sword, the skeleton general instantly knelt on the ground. This spineless guy. Don't kill me. Fear quickly filled his body. He didn't even see how Ling Xiao attacked just now. He absolutely believed that as long as Ling Xiao wanted to, he could kill him in an instant. Seeing this scene, the soldiers of the Chen nation that the skeleton general brought were scared silly. The dignified skeleton general was actually so weak. Feng Hao was even more shocked. He looked at his son's corpse on the ground, gritted his teeth, turned around, and fled into the distance. He knew very well that he was no match for the skeleton general, so he was no match for Ling Xiao. If he didn't escape now, when would he? However, could he escape? Feng Hao directly collided with the 9 demon dragon swords. 9 vital points on his body were pierced, and he died in an instant. Letting you die like this is a bit too easy for you. But don't worry, I'll use your corpse to do something later. Chapter 2844. A moment later, Feng Hao stood up again shakily. Demonic corpse. Ling Xiao had used it twice before, but because it was too annoying, he didn't want to use it easily. But this time, the dragon cult was trapped, so he needed more help. So, not only did Ling Xiao collect Feng Hao's corpse, but he also collected the corpses of Shuezhan, Shuetu, the 3 deputy leaders of the Dark Dragon cult, and Yamada Taka. He put them in a separate storage ring, ready to use. He couldn't use the corpse of the Dark Dragon cult leader because he had already destroyed it. Seeing this strange scene, Mu Qing and Chen Luan felt a little scared. Not to mention the Chun soldiers. "I beg you, I'll tell you everything. Please don't let me become like this and have my corpse ruined after I die." The skeleton general was scared out of his wits. Chi! Blood splattered as the skeleton general's throat was pierced. Every Chun soldier's heart trembled violently. Dead. The dignified skeleton general died before winning the battle. He hadn't even killed a single person, but he had already lost his life. One move. Just one move. After putting away the skeleton general's corpse, Ling Xiao looked coldly at the Qin soldiers and said, "You have no right to negotiate with me. Speak, or I'll turn all of you into demonic corpses." The Qin soldiers had long lost the courage to resist, especially when they saw Feng Hao turned into a demonic envoy. They trembled in fear and panic. "You're the deputy general, right? You'll speak. Answer my question." Ling Xiao pointed his sword at one of them. That person didn't hesitate at all and hurriedly said, "The 7 legions of the Sky Thunder Legion have all been mobilized. The 7 new generals have also set out. They were all at the late stage of the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The strongest were, of course, the new 1st and 2nd generals. In addition, the 12th and 11th princes, who were cultivating outside, rushed back to supervise the army. The sects of these 2 princes were very powerful. It was said that they could easily destroy a small country like the Chen kingdom. The 2 of them only pursued martial arts and did not care about the throne. Thus, they had returned to help the 14th prince, Qian Zongxiang. Furthermore, their cultivations were not at all inferior to Qian Zongxiang's, although they were a few years older. Unexpectedly, the sons of the Thunder Emperor are all very capable. I thought that only the 14th prince would be hard to deal with. Unexpectedly, 12th and 11th are not easy to deal with either. Ling Xiao frowned. He had never heard of a large sect that could easily wipe out the Chen nation. However, he would know once he stepped out of the Chen nation. Feng Hao, kill them. Ling Xiao waved his hand and did not do it himself. Instead, he handed these people over to Devil Corpse Feng Hao. Leave these people alive? Stop joking around. If he spared them, he would soon meet them in Demon Dragon City. Who would dare to show mercy on the battlefield? Those who were merciful on the battlefield were probably already buried with weeds. These people were just some small fries. With Feng Hao's strength, it was easy for him to kill them. It didn't take long for Feng Hao to finish off all of the Chun state soldiers. These people followed the skeleton general to attack Demon Dragon City, killing the dragon cult disciples. As for Ling Xiao, he was the dragon cult's young sect master. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with killing all of them. What a pity. This Feng Hao wanted to be a traitor when he was alive. Now that he is dead, he is obedient. Mu Qing lamented. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go back to Demon Dragon City. Ling Xiao tossed out the Demon Dragon sword. Then, he jumped onto the broadsword and got Qin Luan and Mu Qing to sit on it as well. Go. At Xiao Qin's command, the Demon Dragon sword sped towards Demon Dragon City. Indeed, Demon Dragon City had fallen. The flames of war and slaughter were everywhere. After the Chun Nation soldiers entered Demon Dragon City, they did not care whether the people living in the city were from the dragon cult or not. They only pursued one goal: kill them all. The poor civilians who did not believe in Qin Bai but believed that the Chen Nation's army could protect them all died tragically under the Chen Nation soldiers' butcher knives. However, the poor civilians were detestable. Chen Bai had protected them for so many years. However, when the city fell, they chose to believe in the Chun Nation. If he died, it would serve him right. There were also some martial artists who came to Demon Dragon City to play. They had no grudges with the dragon cult or the Chun Nation's royal family. However, they were still treated as enemies. The reason for the Sky Thunder Legion's commander, the Fire Beacon General, was that he was worried that the dragon cult's monsters would sneak in. Therefore, he would rather kill the wrong people than let them go. At this moment, the outside of the Demon Palace was also very lively. 6 of the Sky Thunder Legion's 7 generals were there. The 12th Prince and the 11th Prince were also there. Domineering Blade Ghostly was also there. He finally revealed his ferocious teeth and chose to betray the dragon cult. Behind them was a dense army. In front of them were Qin Bai, Xiao Jin, and Xiao Muyu. Those who were not strong enough hid in the Demon Palace for now. Inside the Demon Palace, many pairs of eyes stared outside. It's too scary. The Qin Nation's strength has increased greatly through this national recruitment. I heard that there are more than 100 martial artists at the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm and the 12th level of hell. Our dragon cult really can't compare. The hearts of these people trembled slightly. Don't be afraid. With the sect master here, there's nothing to worry about. The only thing they could hope for was that Qin Bai, Xiao Muyu, and Xiao Jin would not be defeated. Otherwise, this demon palace would instantly turn into ruins, and none of them would be able to block that terrifying attack. Surrender, Sect Master. The Thunder Emperor has ordered that as long as you are willing to surrender, you will still be a noble of the Chun Nation. You will still enjoy glory and wealth. Your stubborn resistance is meaningless. I know how strong you are, but you are definitely not a match for all of us combined. Domineering Blade Ghostly said coldly. Domineering Blade Ghostly said coldly. Chun Bai stood there, dressed in black robes and surrounded by dense demonic qi. Perhaps it was only at this moment that he looked more like a demon sect master, filled with a domineering aura. Even if demonic Dragon City was broken, even if he was forced to the demon palace, he still did not panic in the slightest. Those cold eyes and the powerful demonic aura still made people wary. Domineering Blade Ghostly did not want to fight head-on because Chun Bai was strong. If they fought head-on, even if they won, they would have to pay a heavy price. To them, it was not worth it. Cut the crap. Just attack. If I, Chun Bai, frown, I am not the dragon cult's sect master. Chun Bai looked at Domineering Blade Ghostly mockingly and said, when my disciple retrieves the demon dragon sword, all of you will die. Haha. Sect Master, oh Sect Master, your expectations for that brat are a little too high. To tell you the truth, everyone in the Dark Dragon group has already ambushed him midway. Even if they can't kill him, there are still Vice Sect Master Yun, Clan Leader Yamada, the leader of the Dark Dragon group, and Shuizhan on Demonic Dragon Mountain. Do you think he can still come back alive? Chapter 28:45. He will come back alive. Qin Bai's trust in Ling Xiao had become unbreakable ever since Ling Xiao had caused a ruckus at the Phoenix in the Cloud residence. He did not believe that anyone could kill Ling Xiao, unless it was a terrifying existence that could make it impossible for Ling Xiao to escape. However, there was no such person in the state of Chun. Thus, he was not worried. Tyrannical Blade ghostly frowned, clearly not expecting Chonbai's reaction. He had said so much purely because he feared Chonbai's strength and wanted to use Ling Xiao to disturb Chonbai's mind. Of course, his other goal was to use this occasion to tell everyone that anyone who dared to disobey the Chen royal family would die. This time, the Sky Thunder Legion's 7 generals had all come out. The 2 princes who had been cultivating outside had returned to lead the team. These 9 people were all experts at the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. Together with Ghostly, there were 10 of them. Such a terrifying lineup was nothing more than an attempt to break down the dragon cult's resistance. Ghostly, don't waste words. Since this old thing doesn't know what's good for him, just kill him. An expert from the Chen royal family said coldly. He was the Sky Thunder Legion's 6th general, and his cultivation had already broken through to the peak of the 12th level of hell. He knew that Chonbai was also at this level. Thus, he was absolutely confident that he could kill Chonbai. He did not want Ghostly to waste any more time. Ghostly silently cursed, "Idiot." He was well aware of Chonbai's strength. Underestimating Chonbai would not end well. Although these reclusive experts were powerful, their horizons were too narrow. Chonbai coldly looked at the 6th general, a mocking smile on his lips. "If you want to attack, go ahead. I guarantee that you won't live to see tomorrow's sun." Contempt. That's right. Chonbai's expression was filled with merciless contempt. "You're courting death." The 6th general's expression was extremely ugly. This Chonbai was already at death's door, yet he still dared to look down on him. This was unacceptable to him. Boom. A murderous aura filled the air. The 6th general walked out of the crowd and pushed Tyrannical Blade Ghostly away. He wanted to kill Chonbai and end this boring confrontation. "I don't need to kill you. Little Gold, you do it." Chonbai was the strongest of the 3, so he had to keep an eye on the 1st general, the 2nd general, and the 2 princes. As for the others, Xiao Jin and Xiao Muyu were enough. All right. Xiao Jin flapped his wings and flew to Chonbai. F***CK. Are you looking down on me? They actually sent a demonic beast to fight with me? The 6th general was very unhappy. Look down on you? If you can block one of his attacks, then come and fight me. Chonbai sneered disdainfully. All right, if that's the case, then I'll kill him first, then I'll kill you. The 6th general looked at Xiao Jin and casually waved his hand. Evil creature, come on, don't waste time. Xiao Jin knew that the 6th general looked down on him, but this was good. He did not transform into his golden crow form. Instead, he maintained his palm-sized bird and flew toward the 6th general. Only when his opponent completely underestimated him could he really kill him with one attack. He flew very slowly, as if he had no strength. The power in his body was quickly gathering, ready to explode at the critical moment. Get lost if you're scared. With your tortoise-like speed, do you think you can touch me? Ridiculous. The 6th general was very unhappy. He wanted to kill Xiao Jin as soon as possible, so he took the initiative to attack. But he looked down on Xiao Jin too much, so he just casually threw out a palm. As far as he was concerned, this palm strike could easily kill Xiao Jin. He could feel the power released from Xiao Jin's body. A loud laugh burst out from his mouth. Evil creature, with your little strength, don't mention killing this general. You can't even do anything to an ordinary martial artist of the 11th level of hell. But the next moment, the laughter came to an abrupt end. The 6th general suddenly felt a terrifying temperature that could completely melt his soul. Hot. Blazing. It was so hot that his divine sense became unclear. At that moment, he knew that he had underestimated his opponent. He hurriedly circulated his internal energy in an attempt to counterattack. But the time was too short. How could he deal with Xiao Jin's attack that was ready to be launched? The energy that he had just circulated was instantly eliminated by the terrifying heat. Save me! He roared in horror and turned to flee. At the same time, he shouted at his men. This guy looked very fierce, but his courage was smaller than the eye of a needle. Can you escape? Xiao Jin spoke in human language, and his body suddenly became huge. The entire space was enveloped by a golden light. The heat increased exponentially. In just a moment, the stone slabs on the ground were burned to ashes. Kill! Xiao Jin roared. The golden light wrapped around the sixth general like a molten iron ball. The sixth general could clearly feel that his body was melting, just like a candle. Stop! Domineering Blade Ghostly, who was standing at the side, naturally could not watch the sixth general be burned alive. The death of the sixth general was nothing. The problem was that once the sixth general died, the morale of the Chen nation's army would plummet. The remaining members of the dragon cult, who were already in fear and trepidation, would have their morale greatly boosted. At that time, it would not be good. As he roared, he took out his blade and slashed at Xiao Jin. The ferocious blade energy seemed to want to split Xiao Jin in half. This is not a place for you to behave atrociously. A clear female voice rang out. Xiao Muyu suddenly attacked. A long sword that looked like it was condensed from ice crystals pierced out. A cold aura wrapped around Domineering Blade Ghostly's body. What? Domineering Blade Ghostly did not expect Xiao Muyu, who had not shown her strength, to be so powerful. If he slashed at Xiao Jin, then he would die. This was not a good deal. He had no choice but to use the blade that was aimed at Xiao Jin to block Xiao Muyu's attack. Boom! A huge explosion occurred in the space. Domineering Blade Ghostly's body was pushed back dozens of steps, while Xiao Muyu only took 3 or 4 steps back. The difference between taking the initiative to attack and passively defending was quite big. A shrill scream came from the fiery golden light. This was the last sound that the sixth general left in this world. His entire body was melted by the fiery golden light and turned into blood-red steam. The sixth general was dead. He was killed by the demonic beast that he looked down on, and it only took one move. Xiao Jin had displayed his powerful combat strength. At the same time, he had intimidated all of his enemies. Ling Xiao had once told him not to reveal his true strength unless it was absolutely necessary. Chapter 2846. They were furious. They were extremely furious. The soldiers of the Chen nation stared at the Golden Crow. Their sixth general had actually been killed by this bird. This was a great humiliation. All of this had happened right in front of them, but they could not stop it. The only one who had a chance to stop it was Ghostly, but he was easily stopped by Xiao Muyu. They could only watch as their sixth general died tragically. The lackey of the Chun nation's royal family is indeed shameless. How dare you launch a sneak attack in a one-on-one battle? Domineering Blade Ghostly, you are indeed a traitor. You have really displayed your shamelessness to the extreme. Xiao Muyu was usually not a talkative person, but today, she said such words. Her voice was full of sarcasm and sarcasm. She felt very happy. Ever since she escaped from Phoenix and the Cloud's control, she lived every day as if it was a festival. Even if she died fighting together with Chun Bai today, she would have no regrets. However, after hearing Xiao Muyu's words, the people of the Chun nation did not look happy. After all, some people still cared about their reputation. You bitch. You followed Phoenix and the Cloud before, but you were just a pair of broken shoes. What right do you have to talk about me? Ghostly said coldly. He could not find any reason to argue, so he could only use more vicious words to attack Xiao Muyu. Hearing this, Xiao Muyu's face instantly turned pale. This was a stain on her life. No matter what reason she had, she could not wash it away. However, at this moment, a strong and warm hand grabbed her hands. Muyu, I don't care what others think of you. I only know that you endured such a great grievance because of me. Don't worry, whether it is Phoenix in the Cloud or Ghostly, I will kill them for you. Chun Bai grabbed the hands of his beloved woman. He felt very guilty. He had blamed Xiao Muyu for more than 10 years, and he finally understood everything 2 days ago. The so-called sworn brother that he had let go of so many times was simply a beast in human skin. Brother! Xiao Muyu's heart melted, and the color returned to her face. She had such a man who was willing to love and understand her. Her hard work and grievances for so many years were worth it. Xiao Muyu, you have to think clearly. If you follow Phoenix in the Cloud, you can continue to be a tyrant and be a rich wife. But if you follow Chenbai, you will die. The first general narrowed his eyes and said coldly, even if Phoenix in the Cloud has wealth and glory, I don't care. Even if Chunbai has nothing, I'm willing to live and die with him. You don't have to deceive me. Today, I, Xiao Muyu, can only be your enemy. I will never be your friend. Xiao Muyu's attitude was firm. The first general's face was extremely gloomy. At this time, the demonic dragon city had already fallen. Many people were begging to join the Qin nation and leave the dragon cult. However, Xiao Muyu obviously had an innate advantage, but she didn't want it. What a stupid woman. Well, since you want to die, then don't blame us. Phoenix in the Cloud asked us to spare your life, but it seems that it's impossible now. After the first general finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Jin and said, "Evil creature, you killed my sixth general. I can let bygones be bygones, as long as you are willing to pledge allegiance to the Chun nation's royal family." *T. I don't care about idiots like you who can't live past today. Xiao Jin's attitude was even more clear. He directly scolded. What a joke. He and Ling Xiao were like brothers. How could he abandon Ling Xiao and pledge allegiance to the Chun nation's royal family? More importantly, he knew in his heart that as long as his boss came back, none of these people would be able to leave alive. They dared to attack the demonic dragon city. These people were really bold. Hearing Xiao Jin's words, the Chun nation soldiers looked even worse. Not to mention Xiao Muyu. Even a demonic beast looked down on the Qin nation's royal family and wanted to be enemies with the Chun nation's army. What was going on today? Could it be that the Chun nation's royal family no longer had any dignity? Xiao Jin, actually, you don't have to do this. You and Ling Xiao haven't been in the dragon cult for long. There's no need to go to such lengths for the dragon cult. Chunbai was very grateful. He looked at Xiao Jin and said, "Why don't I block these guys? You go and find Ling Xiao. Just protect him and avenge us in the future." That won't do. Boss asked me to stay and help you, so I have to stay. As for him, you don't have to worry at all. That old bastard Phoenix in the Cloud is no match for Boss. Xiao Jin laughed and said, "Although Boss and I haven't been in the dragon cult for long, we are people who value friendship and righteousness. We are not like some people who have eaten so many years of food in the stomach of a dog. How dare you go back on your word? Shameless." "Ha ha ha, well said, Xiao Jin. No wonder you can become my brother. Your temper is really to my liking." Suddenly, a loud laugh came from the void. There was an extremely strong, domineering, and murderous aura in the laughter. Everyone looked up and saw a sword light descending from the sky. It was as fast as lightning. It was unbelievably fast. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao is back. The young cult leader is back. Mu Qing, Chen Luan, and the others are here too. Looks like the reinforcements are here. They must be the reinforcements. We are saved. Seeing the three people standing or sitting on the broad sword, the disciples of demon dragon religion who were trapped in the demon palace shouted excitedly. Ling Xiao stood on the sword, looking so cool that it made countless people envious. The sword was ferocious and terrifying. It was as black as ink and exuded a powerful aura. It was like a ferocious beast that could devour human life at any time. Ling Xiao hadn't been in the dragon cult for long, but he had shown his face many times. Therefore, many people in the dragon cult recognized him. The current Ling Xiao seemed to be more reserved and powerful than a few days ago. His every move gave off the feeling of a peerless expert. Chunbai naturally saw Ling Xiao and the terrifying demon sword. Could that be the origin sword of the Nine Suns demon dragon sword? Chunbai was extremely shocked. He didn't expect that his last disciple would get something that even he couldn't get. This was really shocking and delightful. He really didn't take in the wrong disciple. Back then, when Ling Xiao came to the dragon cult, he tried his best to protect him. He even offended many people in the cult because of this. Now, Ling Xiao used his strength and actions to prove that he, Chunbai, didn't misjudge him, let alone protect him. Mu Qing, where are the reinforcements you called? Xiao Muyu hurriedly asked when he thought of the serious matter. Master, the branches that supported us have been destroyed by the Qian nation's army. Feng Hao and Feng Ran, that shameless father and son, we saved them, but they repaid our kindness with ingratitude. If Ling Xiao hadn't arrived in time, we would have been in trouble. Chapter 2847. You didn't get any reinforcements? Hearing Mu Qing's words, the dragon cult's hope was extinguished again. Only Ling Xiao came. What could he do? Ling Xiao's strength was probably not even on par with Mu Qing. Reinforcements? I alone am enough. Ling Xiao stood on his sword and smiled coldly. Today, none of the enemies who step into demonic Dragon City will leave. Ha ha ha, what arrogance. You? Even your master, Chun Bai, wouldn't dare to say such a thing. Let's not talk about us. Just the soldiers who attacked demonic Dragon City numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Can you kill all of them? The first general laughed maniacally. Not to mention him, even many people from the demon dragon cult felt that Ling Xiao's tone was a little too arrogant. It was impossible. I don't need to do anything. Someone else will take care of those scum. When two armies fight, killing is understandable. However, they harm civilians. They don't even let 2-year-old children go. Many women have been defiled. If we don't kill these scum, the civilians won't be angry. Ling Xiao said calmly. Who can help you? The first general sneered. Do you dare to let those trash from the 8 Immortals County do it? Are you deaf? Can't you hear the screams of your people? Ling Xiao mocked. What? When the first general heard this, he hurriedly circulated his internal energy to improve his hearing. A moment later, he heard the screams of the Chun Nation soldiers. How is this possible? Who is it? Who is killing my soldiers? The first general panicked. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao shouldn't have reinforcements. The 4 deputy team leaders of the Dark Dragon Group and more than 100 subordinates are all martial artists at the 11th level of Hell and above. The 4 deputy team leaders are martial artists at the 12th level of Hell and above. In addition, the team leader of the Yamada family, Yamada Zhang, is a martial artist at the peak of the 12th level of Hell and above. The Skeleton General and Feng Hao are martial artists at the late stage of the 12th level of Hell and above. And the Skeleton General's 500 subordinates, they are all my reinforcements. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot. There's also a 1-star, 12-level Hell Demon Tiger. Ling Xiao said these words unhurriedly. Impossible. Why would Old Seven help you? There's also Yamada Akashi and the members of the Dark Dragon Group. They're all subordinates of Phoenix in the Cloud. The first general roared. Hee, of course I have my ways. They were all people who chased after me, but unfortunately, they have become my puppets. Therefore, with so many experts, even if there were hundreds of thousands of mobs, what could they do? Sooner or later, they would all be killed. But don't be too sad, because all of you will also go to hell with them. Ling Xiao's confident and frivolous voice raised the morale of the dragon cult members. Sect leader, let us go out and fight. Although we are not strong enough, we can still deal with those shrimp soldiers and crab generals. We can't stay here and be protected forever. In the Demon Palace, the Red Witch shouted, All right, since there are experts helping you, you can go and train. Don't let those scum destroy the Demon Dragon City. Chun Bai absolutely believed in Ling Xiao's words. Although those words sounded a little unbelievable, he believed that Ling Xiao would not talk nonsense. With Chun Bai's order, the middle and lower disciples who were hiding in the Demon Palace rushed out. Only the weak civilians were still hiding in the Demon Palace. You still want to help? All of you will die here. Seeing so many people rushing out, the first general's killing intent immediately rose. Although he did not understand why those experts would help Ling Xiao, he just wanted to finish the battle here as soon as possible and then go to the other side to help. Second brother, third brother, go over there and see what's going on. At the same time, he roared and gave the order to the second and third generals. Yes, the 2 of them received the order and went over to the square. However, a voice suddenly sounded in the void. Boundary martial spirit, trap. As the voice sounded, the surroundings were suddenly wrapped in pitch-black energy. The second and third generals were actually bounced back by the black energy. The Dark Dragon martial spirit is really useful. Although it can only trap the enemy and can't hurt them, just this point alone is enough. If we have to fight to the death, the enemy will not be able to escape. Ling Xiao looked at the pitch-black boundary with satisfaction and revealed a smile. He had devoured the Dark Dragon Group leader's martial spirit and bloodline power. Of course, he could also use this martial spirit. What's going on? The second and third generals attacked with all their might, but the boundary did not fluctuate in the slightest. It's useless. Unless you can kill me or I take the initiative to let someone out, you won't be able to escape from here. All right, Red Witch, bring the middle and inferior disciples out to fight. You can also just eat and not do anything. Ling Xiao smiled and waved his hand. A ball of pitch-black energy wrapped the middle and lower disciples and sent them out of the boundary. Seeing those people leave, Ling Xiao landed on the ground. He held the demon dragon sword and pointed at the enemies. Since you're here, stay. I'll be your opponent. Hearing this, Chen Bai and Xiao Muyu frowned. Ling Xiao also meant that he wanted to deal with so many people alone. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible. Other than the dead 6th general, there were still 8 Yin-Yang realm martial artists at the peak of the 12th level of hell. This combat strength was really too unequal. You should really send yourself out. Then, you won't have to face our anger, the 1st general said coldly. Now, he only wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was simply infuriating. Moreover, the reinforcements he brought could be said to have severely ruined his plans. Then I'm sorry. This boundary martial spirit can only trap the enemy when its owner stays inside. Otherwise, it will lose its effect. Ling Xiao said lightly. He deliberately revealed the truth about the boundary martial spirit to force the other party to be ruthless. Otherwise, how could it help him break through the shackles and break through his cultivation? Good lad. Although I don't know if you're really stupid or just pretending, you're really too arrogant. With your strength, if you stay outside obediently, you can still live. However, you came here to die. You're finished. The 1st general looked coldly at Ling Xiao. His eyes were full of hatred and anger. Master, Vice Sect Leader, Mu Qing, please guard the Demon Palace. Don't let these people find a loophole to sneak in. Xiao Jin, it shouldn't be a problem for the 2 of us to deal with these 8 people, right? It was a rare opportunity to train. Of course, they should enjoy it together. After all, he and Xiao Jin were the kind of people who got stronger as they fought. Chapter 2848. Ignoring me? The 1st general was even angrier. Ling Xiao had heard him, but he had completely ignored him. He had even started to assign opponents. This was simply too condescending. Don't worry, boss. Xiao Jin's eyes were also filled with ferocious intent. I'll leave the 5th general, 4th general, and 3rd general to you. The rest are all mine. None of you who came here today can leave. Ling Xiao was still minding his own business. He did not care about the 1st general's angry face at all. Got it. Although it's a little difficult, as your subordinate, I won't embarrass you. Xiao Jin said excitedly. Arrogant. He was simply too arrogant. Whether it was Ling Xiao or Xiao Jin, they were simply treating the 8 experts as fish waiting to be slaughtered. They did not care about them at all. Big brother, are we really going to watch from the side? Xiao Muyu looked at Chen Bai and asked. She did not know Ling Xiao well, so she was a little worried. This little guy is very smart. He can see that both of us are injured, so he must be trying to stall for time. Let's hurry up and recover so that we can help later. Chen Bai looked at Xiao Muyu and said, to be honest, no matter how much he trusted Ling Xiao, he did not dare to believe that Ling Xiao could face so many experts alone. Only Mu Qing shook her head and said, I'm afraid that he really wants to kill these people with Xiao Jin, but no matter what, she had exhausted too much from the previous battle and suffered internal injuries. She also needed to recuperate. If Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin were in danger, of course, they could not just stand by and watch. The civilians in the Demon Palace were basically the relatives of the Dragon Cult's disciples. Of course, they also hoped that Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin could win. But at this moment, they were still sweating. Although they were civilians, it was not that they did not know martial arts at all. It was just that they were relatively weak and had not reached the Yin-Yang realm. They could not help at all. So it was no different from not knowing martial arts. However, everyone was still able to understand some of the situation. No matter how they looked at it, Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin were now at a disadvantage. How could they fight with their opponents? If they could really kill the 8 experts with just 1 man and 1 beast, it would really shock the entire Chen nation. On the other hand, the Chen nation's warriors did not look very good. Not to mention the 8 experts with cultivation at the 12th level of hell, Behind them, there were hundreds of experts at the 11th level of hell. These people were completely ignored. Ling Xiao, this fellow, actually wanted to rely on the strength of one man and one beast to kill all of them. This was simply a humiliation of the Qian nation's martial artists. I've thought, too. All right, since you're courting death, we'll fulfill your wish. General, give us a chance. We don't need you to do anything to kill this man and his beast. The leader of the 100-man team stepped forward. He was a martial artist at the 11th level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm. Although he knew he was no match for Ling Xiao, he had more than 100 people with similar cultivation. How could they not kill Ling Xiao? He did not believe it. Ling Xiao did not look at him. He only looked at Dominating Blade ghostly with contempt. You're the most shameless among these people, so you'll be the first to die. With that, his figure flashed and he pounced on Dominating Blade ghostly. He completed his beast soul transformation and entered the tyrannical blood demonic dragon's beast soul transformation. At the same time, Xiao Jin moved. His target was the 5th general. Ling Xiao had given him the task of killing the 5th, 4th, and 3rd generals. He could not afford to be careless. Bastard, you killed my 6th brother. How dare you attack? I'll tear you apart. Seeing Xiao Jin charge at him, the 5th general was furious. Not only did he not retreat, he charged at Xiao Jin. Chirp! Xiao Jin let out a strange cry. Then, a terrifying golden light flew out of his mouth and shot at the 5th general and all the people behind him. His huge body flew like a gust of wind. The thick golden light was dodged by the 5th general and the 4th general, but it hit the martial practitioners behind them instead. The martial artists at the 11th level of hell could not withstand the terrifying golden light. Many of them were killed or injured in an instant. More than a dozen people were killed in an instant. While Xiao Jin was fighting, Ling Xiao had already charged at Dominating Blade ghostly. Boy, if you sneak attack me, you might be able to kill me. But do you think I, Dominating Blade ghostly, am a pushover? Dominating Blade ghostly had never been so angry. He was being looked down upon by a 16-year-old kid. His battle blade released a terrifying blade chi in the air and slashed at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not retreat. He waved the demonic dragon sword to block it. Crack! A terrifying sound rang out in the air. A thunderous explosion sounded. That was the collision of energy. It was the strangulation of power. Strong enough. I was right to choose you. Ling Xiao smiled. He could feel that his cultivation was beginning to break through to a higher level. Second brother, you should attack too. Join hands with Dominating Blade ghostly and kill that boy. There's no need to talk about righteousness. If he wants to die, let him die. The 1st general saw that Dominating Blade ghostly's attack did not kill Ling Xiao and could not help but be shocked. Then, he ordered the 2nd general to attack. The 2nd general was stronger than Dominating Blade ghostly. This guy used a huge mace, and his martial soul was a huge bear. One look, and one could tell that he was a power-type martial artist. After he heard the order, he charged at Ling Xiao. He waved his mace and smashed down on Ling Xiao's back. Cold sweat flowed down Ling Xiao's forehead. Although he had said that he would split these experts equally with Xiao Jin, now, he was only pincered by 2 people. It was already strenuous for him. However, the more it was so, the happier he was. Demonic dragon possession? Xiao Chen roared and infused 5 demonic dragons into his body. His 5 attributes rose at the same time. He actually forced Dominating Blade ghostly back with one strike. Then, he turned around and received the 2nd general's mace. Crack! The ground shattered. Several Qin Nation soldiers from the 11th floor who tried to sneak attack Xiao Chen were killed on the spot by the shattered energy. When experts exchanged blows, not only were they of no help, but they even became a burden. This made them realize that Ling Xiao's earlier neglect of them was not a problem. Oh, not bad, not bad. This attack is strong enough. The 2nd general's attack benefited Ling Xiao more than Dominating Blade ghostly did. Xiao Chen could feel that he could break through at any time. Just at this moment, Dominating Blade ghostly attacked from behind again. The sharp Dominating Blade flickered with a cold light and released a horrifying killing chi. I was waiting for you. Chapter 2849. Tyrannical Blade Geely attempted to take advantage of Ling Xiao blocking the second general's attack to launch a sneak attack. However, the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth raised into a sly smile. He waved his hand. 9 Demon Dragon Sun swords shot out, attacking Tyrannical Blade Geely's vital points. Tyrannical Blade Geely did not expect that these 9 Demon Dragon Sun swords could shoot out like flying swords. For a moment, he could only give up on attacking Ling Xiao and turn to block the flying swords. However, the distance was too close. Ling Xiao had clearly exposed an opening for him to take the bait. He actually did not think of this point. He was too impulsive and too stupid. Chi. Of the 9 swords, Tyrannical Blade Ghostly blocked 7 of them, but 2 of them still pierced into his body. Demon Dragon Blood Curse. Activate. Ling Xiao did not give Tyrannical Blade Geely a chance. In a fight between experts, even the slightest mistake could lead to death. Ling Xiao wanted to make this a reality. Following the activation of the Demon Dragon Blood Curse, the second general's attack paused for a moment, and Tyrannical Blade Geely, who was already injured, felt his chi and blood gushing out from his wounds. His body instantly felt extremely uncomfortable. He could not even control his moves. At this time, Ling Xiao's sword pierced over. I'll gift you a move. True Demon Black Immortal descends. Using the True Demon Sword Chi to increase the might of Black Immortal descends, allowing it to reach the terrifying destructive power of an immortal grade 3rd sky martial skill. Ling Xiao did not have the slightest intention of holding back. Like a dragon's shadow, the sword is like lightning. Even the other people on the battlefield had to use all their strength to be able to catch Ling Xiao's faint afterimage. At that moment, Tyrannical Blade Geely felt his hair stand on end. All the pores on his body instantly opened up. His face revealed a horrified expression as he tried to dodge. However, under the influence of the Demon Dragon Blood Curse, his chi and blood could not be controlled. His legs did not listen to him at all, even though it was only for a moment. But it was this moment of mistake that caused him to walk on the path of death. The sharp sword chi rushed toward him. Tyrannical Blade Ghostly could only use all the strength in his body to use his warblade to block in front of him, attempting to block Ling Xiao's terrifying attack. But was it useful? Everyone has the right to punish traitors. Die. Dominating Blade Ghostly. The instant he approached Tyrannical Blade Ghostgrim, Ling Xiao's sword suddenly turned, easily dodging Tyrannical Blade Ghostgrim's warblade before stabbing Ghostgrim's throat. Chi. After the sword strike, Tyrannical Saber Gue Li's throat immediately spurted out dark red blood. His eyes instantly turned sluggish. A moment later, a black aura lingered around his body. Tyrannical Blade Ghostly had also become a demonic corpse. As long as it was a cultivator that Ling Xiao had personally defeated and killed, as long as their cultivation was within the same great realm as him or below, he could turn them into a demon corpse. All that was required was the consumption of soul power and demonic chi. At this moment, the second general had already broken free from the demonic dragon blood curse's shackles and viciously smashed down with his spiked club from behind. The roar of a giant bear resounded in the void. The friction between the spiked club and the air actually created a raging fire, causing the power of this attack to become even more violent. Ling Xiao had already turned around and faced the second general. He could let the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards block it, or let Tyrannical Blade Ghostly's demonic corpse block it. However, he did not do so, because he needed such an attack to help him break through. The reason why he killed Tyrannical Blade Ghostly was because the second general's attack was enough to satisfy him. Boom! The spiked club smashed down with an even more violent momentum, colliding with the demonic dragon sword in Ling Xiao's hand. Ling Xiao was directly sent flying. His body heavily crashed into the pitch-black barrier and then fell to the ground. After all, he was hastily defending, while the second general attacked with hatred. There was a difference in strength between the two. Die! The second general fiercely pounced forward, attempting to smash Ling Xiao to death while Ling Xiao fell. However, this time, the huge, spiked club was tightly grasped by a hand. Ling Xiao held the demonic dragon sword in one hand and the spiked club in the other. Although his face was covered in blood, he stood up with a smile. He looked at the second general with a smile. How is this possible? The second general did not believe this. Ling Xiao was clearly unable to block his terrifying attack just a moment ago. So how was he able to do so now? Ah, this feels good. The mammoth strength is really powerful. I really have to thank the leader of the Dark Dragon group. Ling Xiao's current strength was probably invincible in the Yin-Yang realm. In terms of pure strength, no one in the Yin-Yang realm could compete with him. His strength was already very terrifying. After absorbing the mammoth bloodline power, he became even more powerful. In terms of pure strength, warriors of the same cultivation level would be crushed by him. The second general must have lost his mind to compete with him in terms of strength. Ah! At this moment, there was a sudden scream, which attracted the attention of Ling Xiao and the second general at the same time. They did not dare to turn their heads, but they captured the situation with their soul power. It turned out that the fifth general's head had been scratched by Xiao Jin, and he died on the spot. Seeing this shocking scene, whether it was Chen Bai, Xiao Muyu, Mu Qing, or the dragon cult civilians hiding in the demon palace, they all felt extremely shocked. On the Qin nation's side, everyone's hearts trembled violently. What kind of joke was this? The battle had only started for 1 or 2 minutes. Domineering Blade Ghostly and the fifth general had been killed by one man and one beast. Whether it was Ling Xiao or the terrifying Golden Crow demon beast, their strength was so powerful that it made people tremble. Hee, there are still 6 of you left. Now, am I still boasting shamelessly? Ling Xiao looked at the first general mockingly. He did not take the second general seriously at all. He said that he would keep the 8 experts, and he would definitely do it. Now, 2 of the 8 had died. No one dared to say that he was boasting shamelessly, and no one dared to say that he was arrogant and ridiculous. Ling Xiao used his own strength to prove his prophecy. Third brother, fourth brother, second brother, the 3 of you work together and destroy that evil creature first. I will deal with Ling Xiao. I'll have to trouble the 2 princes to be ready to attack at any time. There's no need to reason with these 2 guys. The first general could also see that Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin were both very terrifying. If this continued, they would only be defeated one by one. In any case, the second general and domineering Blade Ghostly had already worked together to deal with Ling Xiao. It was not a big deal to gang up on them now. They already had no face, so there was no need to care. How shameless. You were so arrogant just now, saying that Ling Xiao was no match for any of you. What about now? Hee, you actually want to gang up on him. It seems that you are completely shameless. Chunbai sneered disdainfully, then shouted, Ling Xiao, if you want me to attack, just let me know. In terms of numbers, we are about the same as them now. Chapter 2850. Thank you for your kindness, Master. But there's no need for that. They're just a few lowlifes. I can take care of them easily. Ling Xiao was more confident than before. As he spoke, black demonic lightning suddenly appeared in his hand. It wrapped around the mace and blasted toward the second general. The second general was indeed very strong. He was also very shrewd in battle. When he saw that the situation was not good, he immediately threw down the mace and shapeshifted. It turned into a giant bear standing on 2 legs. Second brother, it's my turn. At this moment, the first general had already rushed over and attacked Ling Xiao. The second general attacked Xiao Jin. The third general, the fourth general, and even the 12th prince and the 11th prince all had their eyes on Xiao Jin. They clearly wanted to kill Xiao Jin first before dealing with Ling Xiao. However, their plan was good. But would Ling Xiao let them succeed? Vertical golden light technique. All of a sudden, Ling Xiao disappeared from the first general's sight. When he reappeared, he had already cut off the 4th general's head. The 4th general and Xiao Jin were fighting fiercely. How could they notice anything else? Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would have such a terrifying speed? In the end, he was killed without knowing what happened. Boss, why did you steal my kill? Xiao Jin smiled bitterly. I had no choice. Those guys wanted to besiege you. I could only try to reduce their numbers. Ling Xiao smiled and stood side by side with Xiao Jin. The 4th general, who was already dead, stood up shakily. The severed head flew to his neck and turned into a demonic corpse. You two, go to the square and help? Ling Xiao did not let Ba Daogui Li and the fourth general's demonic corpse stay. Instead, he sent them away. If he wanted to help, Chen Bai, Xiao Muyu, and Mu Qing were standing there. They could help at any time. It was just that he did not need them. Idiot, I was worried that you would use the demonic corpse to deal with us. But now it seems that you're really brainless. You actually drove the demonic corpse away. The first general cursed. You're only good at talking. Out of the 8 of you, we've already killed 3 of you. Now, there are only 5 of you left. Why are you still so arrogant? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. That's right, you killed 3, but those 3 were the weakest among the 8 of us. The battle has only just begun. The 12th prince walked out and looked at Ling Xiao coldly. I heard that you once defeated my 14th brother. Today, I would like to see how you are. He was originally cultivating in a large sect. Although he was only an outer sect disciple, he was very ambitious. He thought that he was invincible after coming to the state of Chun. Originally, he and the 11th prince did not plan to make a move. They believed that Ling Xiao was not qualified. But now that the battle had progressed to this point, they had no choice but to reevaluate Ling Xiao. Perhaps they could really fight. No matter what the 12th prince said, Ling Xiao was now the embodiment of invincibility in the eyes of the dragon cult. He was even more terrifying than cult leader Chen Bai. In fact, only Ling Xiao himself knew that he was still far from Chen Bai. Unless his cultivation level broke through again, it was impossible for him to defeat the remaining 5 people. Although the 12th prince was arrogant, what he said was right. The remaining 5 people were also the strongest 5 people. None of them were easy to deal with. They were not to be trifled with. But no matter what, Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin's strength today had already gained the recognition of everyone in the dragon cult. His arrogance and haughtiness were justified. He was not just speaking without thinking and being blindly arrogant. Big brother, perhaps today, the dragon cult will give birth to a legend. Xiao Muyu looked at Ling Xiao and said to Chen Bai with emotion, yes, the dragon cult has been established for decades, and there has never been such a person. This kid can definitely be called the number 1 in the dragon cult. I don't dare to say that there will be no one like him in the future, but he is definitely unprecedented. Even I have to admit defeat. For the first time, Chen Bai was looking forward to living. Because only by living could he see Ling Xiao continue to rise and reach the peak of the Black Tortoise continent. Second brother, is it okay to leave that evil beast to you? The first general suddenly realized that Ling Xiao was the biggest problem. His previous strategy was obviously wrong. If he wanted to kill someone, he had to kill Ling Xiao first. Otherwise, no one knew what this kid would do. This kid was too dangerous. He had to kill him with his strongest combat strength. No problem. The second general nodded. He, who had transformed into a giant bear, was not afraid of Xiao Jin at all. Okay, then me, third brother, and the 2 princes will work together to deal with Ling Xiao. There is no need to be polite. There is no need to talk about fairness with him. 4 martial artists at the peak of the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm wanted to deal with Ling Xiao at the same time. They wanted to kill him in one strike. The 12th and 11th princes felt that this was a little demeaning, but when they thought of the hatred between Ling Xiao and the Chen nation's royal family, they agreed. Moreover, they did not know Ling Xiao's background. They could not underestimate him. It was definitely much easier to deal with 4 people than 1 person. Moreover, Ling Xiao was only 16 years old after reincarnating, and he already had his current achievements. If he was given more time, wouldn't he be able to soar to the heavens? They would definitely not allow a tiger to grow in their bosom. The third general naturally did not say anything. He was the weakest of the 5. He could not even defeat Xiao Jin in a one-on-one fight. That was why the first general sent the second general to deal with Xiao Jin. He would be safer if he joined the encirclement. Remember, don't hold back. The first general still seemed worried. He repeated his words. Then, surging energy was released from his back. An illusory figure formed. It was a black eagle with a sharp gaze. It was his martial soul. With the appearance of the black eagle martial soul, the first general's aura instantly became stronger. And it was even more strange. The pair of eyes of the black eagle martial spirit really gave off a strange feeling that made people uneasy. Ling Xiao frowned. He did not dare to underestimate his opponent. At the same time, the third general also released his martial soul. His martial soul was a wolf. Although the wolf martial soul was very common, it was also very fierce. With the release of his martial soul, the third general's aura instantly became stronger. Ling Xiao also realized that other than the seventh general, the other 6 people should all have beast martial souls. No wonder they were so close. They might even be from the same lineage. Otherwise, it would not be so coincidental. The 12th and 11th prince's martial souls were naturally the Chun nation's royal family's lightning martial soul. Lightning danced behind their backs. Their martial souls resonated with each other and became even more powerful. The 4 of them all released their martial souls. Facing Ling Xiao, they did not plan to hold back. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao and eliminate all future troubles. On the other side, the second general and Xiao Jin's battle had already begun. Chapter 28:51. Ling Xiao's pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at the 4 people in front of him. Cold, sinister, and full of fighting spirit. Boom! With a loud bang, the 3 beast souls of Purple Lightning Bull, Lava Three-Headed Hound, and Nine-Snake General gradually condensed behind him. And his body was still in the Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon Beast Soul transformation state. Now, to Ling Xiao, only these 4 beast souls could increase his battle strength, so the other beast souls were not summoned for the time being, because it was useless to summon them. At the same time, the sword martial spirit was still shining behind him. The sword martial spirit was to make it more convenient for him to use the demon dragon sword at his current cultivation level. This could reduce some losses. If he didn't have the sword martial spirit, it would be more suitable for him to use a divine grade spirit weapon with his current cultivation level. With the appearance of the 3 beast souls, Ling Xiao's aura suddenly soared. The 3 ferocious beasts were staring at the 4 people with their cold eyes, wanting to deal with the strong enemies together with their master. Ling Xiao had said that none of these people should even think about leaving. Then he would do as he said. In the space, there was only the collision of auras, the battle of fighting spirit. The 2 sides did not speak for a long time, nor did they make a move. It was as if they were looking for each other's flaws. Finally, it was the warriors of the Chen Kingdom's royal family who couldn't hold it in anymore. The first general roared, "Kill!" As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately rushed out. In the space, there was actually the sound of eagles flying and eagles crying. A gust of wind accompanied his body's movements, becoming more and more fierce. That pair of sharp eagle eyes completely locked onto Ling Xiao, like an eagle soaring in the sky staring at its prey. The other 3 people also rushed towards Ling Xiao at almost the same time. Ling Xiao sneered and opened his Tai Chi eye. The trajectory of the 4 people's movements was completely captured by him. He suddenly looked at the 3rd general. This was the weakest of the 4. Then, his body swayed, and he easily jumped out of the encirclement. The demonic dragon phantom body movement was too powerful. It was originally a 3rd heaven of the immortal grade body movement. With Ling Xiao's current cultivation, it really gave people a feeling that they could not capture it. It's useless. The enemies that have been locked onto by my eagle, I won't be able to escape even if they run to the ends of the earth. The first general sneered as the 4 of them surrounded Ling Xiao once again. Although it was slightly slower, it was not by much. Almost at the same time that Ling Xiao used the demonic dragon phantom, they moved together. The 4 of them continued to attack Ling Xiao at the same time. Those strange eagle eyes were still locked onto Ling Xiao's figure. It seemed that no matter where he went, he would be captured. What an interesting martial soul. Apart from increasing one's combat strength, it also has such a special function. The eagle belonged to the bird species, so it should be able to be placed on the throne of the Yushin god. I want your martial spirit. Among the 12 beast gods, only Yushan was a bird, so he was once the beast god that controlled all the birds in the Black Tortoise continent. All birds could be placed on his deity throne. Ling Xiao really wanted this special ability of the eagle eye. Although his Tai Chi I could analyze, practice, see through, and even see through everything. But it was impossible to lock onto the enemy. With the Black Eagle martial spirit, the situation was different. No matter where the enemy hid, he would not lose track of them. Moreover, this Black Eagle martial spirit seemed to be of a high level. With an additional powerful martial spirit, his combat strength would also increase. If he didn't need it in the future, he could just replace it. There was nothing to be regretful about. What a terrifying ability! What a valiant spirit! Chun Bai could feel the terror of the first general. Perhaps it was due to the influence of the martial spirit. This guy actually had the domineering aura of the King of the Sky. It was as if he could surpass everything and tear everything apart. He didn't know how Ling Xiao would deal with him. He looked at Ling Xiao and suddenly realized that the demon dragon sword in Ling Xiao's hand had been raised by him. At the same time, the 9 subordinate swords were also flickering with light. There were actually 10 sword intents released at the same time. A terrifying sword light blossomed in the sky. A sinister and terrifying aura, like that of the underworld, was also spreading in the void. It was clearly daytime, but Ling Xiao turned the daytime into pitch black. It made everything cold and gloomy. Everyone raised their heads to look at Ling Xiao and felt the trembling in the depths of their hearts. Dual wielding is already unbelievable. This guy actually released 10 sword intents at once. How terrifying is his soul? People were very clear that no matter what kind of warrior, when using weapons, even if they used 10 weapons at once, they would only release 1 strand of battle intent. Very few people could release 2 strands of battle intent at the same time. And they were different strands of battle intent. Every time a strand of battle intent was added, the attack power would increase by a bit. It was said that when the human king was at his peak, he could use 12 demon-slaying swords. Using 12 sword intents, this was already the strongest. And the human king's cultivation was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. With Ling Xiao's current cultivation, he could actually use 10 sword intents. This made everyone extremely alarmed. Just how powerful was this kid's talent? 10 demon dragon swords. One was full of destructive aura, destruction sword intent. One was full of murderous aura, slaughter sword intent. One was full of domineering and unparalleled intent, tyrannical will. One was full of indestructible aura, indestructible sword intent. One was full of blazing aura, fire sword intent. One was full of the fury of thunder, thunder sword intent. One was full of death aura, death sword intent. One was full of the vigorous aura of earth, earth sword intent. The last was full of the might of heaven, firmament sword intent. 10 sword intents were actually completely different. They were all released. For a time, the entire space was filled with sword intents, releasing multiple sword intents at the same time. Unless one soul force is extremely strong and can split into several strands at the same time without interfering with each other. After that, one must be able to achieve the fusion of sword intents without conflicting with each other to succeed. Most people would not be able to pass the test of soul force alone. Powerful soul force could be slowly accumulated. However, to split into several strands of soul force without interfering with each other, this was almost an impossible task. The reason why Ling Xiao could do it was purely because he cultivated the primordial spirit remnant scroll that came from outside the mystic world. He could freely control the release of soul force. Only then could he do this. However, just doing this was not enough. One must be able to merge the sword intents without conflicting with each other. Only Ling Xiao could do this because he had the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. He could make all things that were incompatible with each other become compatible. Other warriors might be able to release 2 types of battle intents at the same time in their lifetime. That was already the limit. However, he was different. He could now release 10 types of sword intents at the same time. This was his huge advantage. This guy, the reason why he could become a terrifying existence who could challenge those of a higher level like eating a meal, was because he had enough trump cards. Chapter 2852. The release of these 10 sword intents was something that Ling Xiao had comprehended after he obtained the 9 Suns Demon Dragon Sword. Because of the 9 Suns Demon Dragon Sword, the 10 swords could be connected. Therefore, it was easier to release 10 sword intents at the same time. Ling Xiao would definitely not be able to do it if he were to use other swords. Currently, he could only release 2 sword intents, which was his limit. Seeing such a terrifying Ling Xiao, the first general and the others were clearly stunned. especially the third general, who was obviously terrified. After all, he was the weakest among the four. He believed that if Ling Xiao wanted to kill a martial artist, the first person he would deal with would definitely be him. And Ling Xiao's eyes seemed to be staring at him, which made his hair stand on end. Including him, the other three, and those who were watching the show, almost all of them thought so. Killing the weakest one first, then dealing with the stronger martial artists would be twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, the third general was obviously afraid and even wanted to retreat. However, at this time, the power of his attack had been released to the peak. If he retreated, he would definitely suffer a backlash. If he injured himself, it would be embarrassing. Helpless, he could only bite the bullet and attack. The other three gradually moved closer to him, as if they wanted to protect him. Seeing this, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. Buzz! The sharp edge of the sword exploded with a strange sound. Ling Xiao finally stabbed with his sword. His target was the third general. Kill. Shadow Sword Demon. The Shadow Sword Demon, which had merged with the true demon sword Qi, had its power skyrocketed. The Sword Demon, which had merged with the darkness, revealed an aura that made people despair. This sword was extremely fast. It was also extremely penetrating. Don't be afraid, third brother. I'll help you. Just focus on attacking. The first general roared, and an extremely powerful aura bloomed in the sky. Between heaven and earth, a fierce wind rose, as if it was a doomsday storm. An eagle's cry sounded in the void. The terrifying sword demon was actually repelled and looked like it was about to collapse. People could clearly see that the fierce wind had condensed into a huge black eagle. Ferocious, majestic, domineering. The number one general is indeed the number one general. He's so powerful. The soldiers of the Chan state shouted excitedly. They could clearly feel the terrifying pressure brought about by the black eagle. They also believed that Ling Xiao was definitely not a match for the first general. You're quite brave. It's a pity that my initial target was you, and not that useless third general. Ling Xiao's voice sounded in the first general's ears. In fact, the person he wanted to kill the most from the beginning was this guy. Because the first general was clearly the strongest of the four. As long as this guy was killed, the other three would be easier to deal with. With the existence of Hawkeye, it was not easy for him to flexibly use his combat strategy. However, it would be different if the first general was killed. His fake attack on the third general was just a pretense to lure the first general out. Now, this guy had been fooled. In the void, the first sword demon had yet to dissipate. The second, third, and fourth sword devil appeared one after another. His 9 sub-swords all prepared the same move, which was the Shadow Sword Demon. This was only a first heaven immortal grade martial technique, so it consumed the least energy and was the fastest. However, because of the effect of the Demon Dragon Sword, it could unleash the power of a second heaven immortal grade martial technique. Combined with the accumulation of 9 different sword intents, its power would not be lower than a third heaven immortal grade martial technique. Qi. The huge black eagle was torn into pieces by the sword Qi. The 8 sword devils attacked the first general at the same time. This forced the first general to retreat. However, Ling Xiao's attack was relentless. In this way, the 12th prince and the 11th prince could not help attack Ling Xiao even if they wanted to. Their speed was not as fast as the first general and Ling Xiao. Moreover, these two guys had already seen the scene of Ling Xiao killing Domineering Blade Ghostly, so they hesitated for a moment, afraid that Ling Xiao would create a diversion again. It was this moment of hesitation that caused them to lose the best opportunity to rescue the first general. Black Eagle Fall. The first general did not want to die just like that. He roared and countless black eagle shadows rushed towards Ling Xiao. It was as if they were endless and wanted to block Ling Xiao's attack completely. However, it was useless. How could his ordinary attack block the dark shadow sword demon that contained a terrifying sword will? The 8 sword demons shattered the shadows of the black eagles and bombarded the first general. At the last moment, the first general turned into a beast. In order to strengthen his body's defense and block Ling Xiao's 8 attacks, he also made a final resistance. Big Brother. First General. At this moment, the third general, 12th prince, and 11th prince rushed over at the same time. They knew very well that if the first general died, the following battle would be very difficult. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. The three-headed lava hound, purple lightning bull, and 9 snake generals beast souls roared and rushed towards the 3 at the same time. They blocked the 3 in midair. Even though they used their beast souls to block it, it only lasted for a moment. The 12th prince and 11th prince almost instantly shattered the martial soul shadows in front of them. However, it was too late. Ling Xiao's figure remained where he was. He transformed into a demonic dragon and pounced towards the first general, wanting to give him the final blow. This is the sword that I prepared for you. It's also my strongest sword, True Demon, Demon Immortal Sword Shadow. Kill. With the enhancement of the True Demon Sword Chi, the 3rd level Immortal Grade martial skill unleashed a terrifying power close to the 4th level Immortal Grade martial skill. The Demon Immortal stepped out from the darkness. It turned into a dark sword shadow and penetrated the first general's body. The first general felt intense pain coming from his body. His consciousness quickly blurred. It's over, first general. As Ling Xiao's voice sounded, a huge wound appeared on the first general's throat. Fresh blood kept splattering. The scene was bloody and terrifying. The first general's eyes still retained the fear, regret, and disbelief before his death. Death had come so suddenly. He regretted not staying in the sect and continuing to cultivate. Why did he have to come out and get involved in this mess? If he didn't come out, he wouldn't have died. No, if Ling Xiao made a move, he wouldn't have died. Taotai, devour. A huge mouth suddenly appeared in the void. It swallowed the first general's corpse whole. Then, a moment later, the shadow of a black eagle appeared behind Ling Xiao. The 3 types of beast souls became 4. Not only that, but he also obtained the special skill of Eagle Eye. He could completely see the movements of the other 3. What surprised him even more was that after the Taotai beast devoured the first general, the energy was transferred into his body and he finally broke through the last obstacle. His cultivation had advanced. Chapter 28:53. His cultivation level rose from the middle stage to the late stage of the Yin-Yang realm. It seemed like a small increase, but to Ling Xiao, it was a 50-fold increase in his combat strength. If he fought the first general with this level of cultivation, he wouldn't have to work so hard. And all of this happened in just a moment. Big brother. When the 12th prince and 11th prince saw this scene, they were completely shocked and even frightened. However, the 3rd general let out a hysterical roar. His eyes were filled with shock and anger as he watched the first general being devoured. He roared and pounced on Ling Xiao. His entire body was filled with bloodthirsty killing intent, anger, and brutality. Ling Xiao stood there and watched the 3rd general indifferently. In his eyes, that powerful murderous aura was not even worth mentioning. If it was before his breakthrough, he would have to think of a plan. But now, he only had one thing to do. The demon dragon sword in his hand released a huge true demon sword chi. It was as fast as the wind and as fast as lightning. It instantly traversed more than 10 meters and pierced the 3rd general's chest. Rumble. After a loud sound, a terrifying bloody hole appeared in the 3rd general's chest. The furious 3rd general's body suddenly stiffened. His eyes were filled with fear as his body fell rapidly. He fell heavily to the ground. There was no sign of life. Dead. Dead again. In just a minute or two, 2 martial artists at the peak of the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm were devoured, and the other had his stomach ripped open. Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone's hearts twitched violently. The 12th and 11th princes' faces turned pale. As disciples of large sects, they were indeed very powerful. But to be honest, such a terrifying battlefield was not suitable for them to train. Perhaps to the Thunder Monarch, it would be easy to take down the Demon Dragon City. With the help of the 7 generals, the 12th and 11th princes would not be in any danger. They could use this battlefield as a place to train their combat skills. And that was exactly what they did. From the moment the Demon Dragon City fell, the number of Demon Dragon Religion's cultivators who died at their hands was at least a dozen. Perhaps it was because of this that they became even more arrogant and thought that they were invincible. Now that he saw Ling Xiao's powerful fighting strength, He actually felt fear in his heart and thought of running away. They knew the strength of the first general and the third general very well. But these two people actually did not even touch Ling Xiao's body and were easily beheaded. This was simply too unbelievable. At that moment, the second general who was fighting Xiao Jin was also completely charred. Although he was still alive, he was on the verge of death. Before Ling Xiao broke through, Xiao Jin's combat power was stronger than his. Killing a mere second general would be a piece of cake. Your Highnesses, when your father threw you onto this battlefield, he should have known that you would die on the battlefield because of his stupidity. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the 12th and 11th princes. Before the breakthrough, the two of them definitely had the ability to kill him. But now, no matter what, the two of them were no match for him. If you let us go, we can give you everything you want. The 12th prince suddenly said, yes, killing us won't do you any good, because you will not only offend the Qin nation, but also our sect. The 11th prince also said, that's not what you said before. I seem to have heard the 12th prince say that you must kill me to prevent future troubles. Ling Xiao looked at the two of them with a smile that was not a smile. His tone was full of sarcasm. That's because we were blind. We didn't expect you to be so strong. The 12th prince was also straightforward and directly admitted that he had made a mistake. Haha, are you going to kill me if I'm not so strong? Ling Xiao sneered and said, I've never been willing to provoke others, but if others insist on killing me, then I won't be merciful. The two of you could have stayed in your sects and cultivated well. Perhaps in the future, you could have become outstanding talents of your generation. But you should never have come back to help that trash Chen Sangxiong kill me. Since you did it, you must pay the price for your actions. What? The two of them had extremely ugly expressions. No matter what, you won't let us go? The 12th prince gritted his teeth and said, do you know that our sect is a powerful sect that can easily destroy the Qin nation and the Volcano nation? If you kill us, you will never have a day of peace. So what? Ling Xiao mocked. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? If I were afraid, I wouldn't be enemies with the Chun nation's royal family. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, if your sect doesn't come to find trouble with me, it's fine. If they really dare to come, I'll kill them too. In this world, there is nothing that I, Ling Xiao, am afraid of. 11th, fight it out with him. The 12th prince knew that no matter what, Ling Xiao would not let them go. Therefore, he planned to perish together with Ling Xiao. The 11th prince nodded. The two of them released a shocking amount of lightning, which enveloped their bodies. Then, they charged towards Ling Xiao. They tried to use self-destruction to destroy Ling Xiao. Perish together? Unfortunately, you can't do it. Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards. Ling Xiao sneered, and 31 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards rushed out, completely surrounding the 12th and 11th princes. Terrifying roars continued to resound in the sky. After more than 10 minutes, only pieces of clothes were left in the sky. Ling Xiao used 31 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards to exchange for the lives of 2 princes. It was worth it. Anyway, his cultivation had already broken through. These 2 princes were no longer of any use to him. At this moment, Xiao Jin launched his final attack, turning the second general into charcoal. 8 experts at the Yin-Yang realm in the 12th level of hell. They actually died. They were killed by 1 man and 1 beast. Xiao Jin killed 3 people, the 6th general, the 5th general, and the 2nd general. Ling Xiao killed 5 people, Domineering Blade Ghostly, the 3rd general, the 1st general, and the 11th and 12th princes. The outcome of this battle was incomparably shocking to everyone present. Even Chen Bai, who had always believed in Ling Xiao, did not expect such an outcome. Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin actually managed to kill all of the commanders of the demonic dragon city. Including the skeleton general, there were 9 experts at the Yin-Yang realm in the 12th level of hell. Such a terrifying lineup could easily destroy any force in the Chen kingdom. However, because they met Ling Xiao, they were all killed. The Chun kingdom's royal family wanted to slaughter demonic dragon city and leave nothing behind. Who would have thought that it would be the other way around? Hundreds of thousands of soldiers were all buried in this city. Chapter 2854. Although there were many people outside, Under the attacks of the powerful demonic corpses and the dragon cult's upper, middle, and inferior disciples' help, the Qin family's people were almost wiped out. The demonic corpses were more or less cleaned up. This battle ended with the Chun nation's army's defeat. Ling Xiao landed on the ground and walked towards Chun Bai. Master, the problem has been resolved. I won't get involved in the following matters. Is that all right? Ling Xiao finally withdrew his cold and murderous expression and revealed a smile. A warm current flowed through Chun Bai's heart. This is the second time you saved Master. Furthermore, this time, not only did you save Master, but you also saved the dragon cult. Master really doesn't know how to thank you. Chun Bai felt extremely emotional. In reality, what he gave Ling Xiao was merely the protection of a master and some martial techniques. However, what Ling Xiao gave him far surpassed that. A master for a day is a father for life. There's no point in talking about this between master and disciple. After this battle, I'm really tired and hungry. Is there anything to eat? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Yes, of course. Chunluan, take out all the delicacies that you can get now, and let Ling Xiao and little Jean eat their fill. Yes. Adoptive father. Chunluan, who was still in shock, nodded excitedly when he heard this. Being able to prepare food for Ling Xiao was also an honor for him. Looking at the backs of Ling Xiao and little Jean, Chun Bai felt extremely emotional. Chun Bai believed that after today, Ling Xiao's already glorious life would be marked with another stroke of color. Ling Xiao, as a single reinforcement, resolved the entire demonic dragon city's predicament. He slaughtered hundreds of thousands of the Chun nation's army. He killed the 7 generals that the Sky Thunder Legion had just recruited. He even killed the 12th prince and the 11th prince. This answer sheet was simply miraculous. This matter didn't happen in Thunder City. However, he believed that his name would once again shock the entire Thunder City, and this shock would be even greater than when Ling Xiao had caused havoc in the Thunder City, killed General Purple Thunder, and exterminated the 3 great families. After this, the 5 elders behind the scenes of the Qin state's royal family. Oh no, only the 4 elders are left. They would no longer be able to ignore Ling Xiao's existence. Ling Xiao was still very young. He was only 16 years old after his first transition. In the Black Tortoise continent, he was considered a teenager. As long as Ling Xiao was given more time, he would definitely become a nightmare for the 4 old men. In fact, that was exactly what happened. In just one day, the news of what had happened in the demonic dragon city had spread throughout the entire Thunder capital. Almost all the major forces knew what had happened in the demon dragon city. Everyone had a different reaction when they heard the news. But without exception, they all felt incomparable shock and disbelief. Ling Xiao's growth was simply too fast. It was so fast that it exceeded everyone's expectations. The 8 immortal city was filled with jubilation. People sang and danced, celebrating the victory of the demonic dragon city. The news reached the 8 immortal city earlier than the Thunder capital. Originally, people were worried that something might have happened to their 8 immortal king, Ling Xiao, since he had disappeared for so long. In addition, the 10 terminal formation consumed a lot of spirit stones. Seeing that there was a shortage of spirit stones, they were very anxious. But at this moment, good news came. Ling Xiao actually saved the entire demonic dragon city by himself. Did this mean that Ling Xiao's strength had reached the peak of the Chen state? Even without the 10 terminal formation, there was no need to be afraid. This news had 2 special effects in the 8 immortal city. First, Ling Xiao's most loyal fans were naturally very happy. Their morale was high, and they were full of confidence for the future. Secondly, some of the people who were wavering and had no confidence in Ling Xiao had completely given up on him. Ling Xiao saved the demonic dragon city and even became the disciple of the dragon cult's sect master. Next, the Qin state's royal family was in a disadvantageous position. Even Ling Xiao probably did not expect that his feat in the demonic dragon city would have such an impact. After a while, the news reached the Thunder capital. The Thunder Emperor, who was in the palace, did not believe it. He killed the soldier who delivered the news. But then, new news came, and it was exactly the same. How is this possible? The Thunder Emperor almost collapsed on his throne. To him, the 12th and 11th princes were his hope. Chen Songxiong could inherit his throne, but the 12th and 11th princes could make the Chen state stronger. After all, their Chen state was the weakest country in the Black Tortoise continent. If they could not rely on the big sects, who could they rely on? But now, these two people were dead. Father, we should not be too sad now. We should think of a countermeasure. Ling Xiao has grown to a terrifying level. I'm afraid that we can't deal with him alone. So, I suggest that we immediately inform the Heavenly Pool Mountain. Although the 12th and 11th princes are only outer disciples of the Heavenly Pool Mountain, they are still their disciples. I believe that the Heavenly Pool Mountain will not sit by and do nothing. As long as they are willing to send experts, we will not have to worry about Ling Xiao's survival. The person who spoke was Chen Songxiong. Chen Songxiong, known as the #1 genius of the Chen state. In the past, he had regarded Ling Xiao as trash in the extreme royal mystic realm. But now, he felt a deep sense of danger. He was already very outstanding and worked very hard in his cultivation. In the shortest amount of time, he had raised his cultivation to the peak of the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He originally thought that with his cultivation and the King's Sword, he could easily kill Ling Xiao when he met Ling Xiao. But the news from the demonic dragon city came. His confidence completely collapsed. Kill Ling Xiao? Don't joke. He knew the 12th and 11th prince's strength the best. Without the King's Sword, he was no match for them. However, Ling Xiao had killed both of them and even killed the first general, who was even more powerful. This was too terrifying. Therefore, he no longer had the confidence he had before. He wanted to use external forces to kill Ling Xiao. You are right. The Heavenly Pool Mountain has always wanted you to join their sect to cultivate. Previously, I wanted you to inherit the throne, but I did not agree. This time, you can go. No matter what, as long as you can achieve a breakthrough, Ling Xiao is not worth mentioning. The Thunder Monarch finally calmed down. Ling Xiao was very strong, but he was far from invincible. There were many people who were stronger than Ling Xiao. I will follow your arrangements, father. Chen Songxiong also wanted to go to the Heavenly Pool Mountain to hide. He did not want to encounter Ling Xiao yet. He wanted to use the rich resources of the Heavenly Pool Mountain to become stronger. After the discussion, the Thunder Monarch immediately sent a messenger pigeon to inform the Heavenly Pool Mountain. This messenger pigeon was not an ordinary messenger pigeon, but a specially trained demon beast. In terms of speed and endurance, they had been enhanced. In terms of speed, it was even faster than Ling Xiao's vertical golden light technique. Therefore, the Thunder Monarch received a reply in a very short time. There were only 2 words, agreed. Chapter 28:55. Chun Nation's Thunder City, a middle-aged man walked on the long street. As he walked, his steps were like the wind. With one look, one could tell that he was an expert. However, no one knew that under this middle-aged man's appearance, he was a 16-year-old youth who had undergone his first transition. His name was Ling Xiao. Boss, the people of the Chun Nation's royal clan would never have imagined that after doing such a shocking thing in the Demon Dragon City, we would already be in the Thunder City the moment the news came. A voice came from the Beast Ring. It was Xiao Jin. As Xiao Jin was too conspicuous, in order to hide his identity, he went to the forbidden area of the Extreme Monarch's secret realm. Naturally, Ling Xiao had to hide him. He had also used the Yin-Yang Demon King transformation technique to turn himself into a middle-aged man with a stubble. Thunder City was still the same Thunder City. The people on the streets were still laughing. The women in the brothels were still singing beautifully. It was as if the great defeat of demonic Dragon City did not affect these people. As the saying went, Shang women do not know the hatred of a fallen nation. They sing from across the river. When Ling Xiao arrived at Thunder City, the first thing he did was to stroll around and scout out the situation. When he saw the bounty posters on the city walls, he could not help smiling. The last time he came to Thunder City, he was still on tenterhooks, afraid that experts like the Thunder Emperor or the Thunder Severed Senior would capture him. However, this time, after he finished dealing with the Extreme Monarch's secret realm, he would complete his plan to seize Thunder City. He had to take revenge for his brother, Ling Yin. Naturally, he had to take revenge for his brother. Let's go. There are no changes to this place. However, My bounty has increased to 1 billion inferior grade spirit stones. This Qin nation's royal family really thinks highly of me. Ling Xiao smiled and turned to walk out of the city gates. Naturally, he was familiar with the way to the Arcana Academy. Although he had only been there once, with his memory, there was no way he would make a mistake. Unexpectedly, just as he walked out of the city gates, he suddenly saw a person covered in blood rushing over. Ling Xiao did not want to cause trouble for now, so he avoided him. However, this person looked somewhat familiar. However, Xiao Chun could not recall where he had seen him before. With such confusion in his heart, he stayed for a while longer. That person rushed to the city gate and shouted, "Quick! Quickly inform the new commander of the city defense camp to save the 7th prince." The 7th prince? Chen Kangming? Ling Xiao frowned. Of the Qin nation's royal family, the only one he admired was Chen Kangming. Although he was a member of the royal clan, he was an upright person. For the sake of Ling Yan's clan, he had even been ostracized by the Thunder Emperor, leaving him outside and unable to rebel against the royal clan. He had performed countless meritorious deeds, yet he was not rewarded. No wonder he felt that the man covered in blood was so familiar. He should be one of Chen Kangming's warriors. He hurriedly opened his Tai Chi eye and discovered that about 10 miles away from Thunder City, there was a surging killing intent. With no time to think, he turned into a demonic dragon's afterimage and fled into the distance. The matter of the extreme royal mystery realm could be done at any time, but if Chen Kangming died, he would lose a good friend, and the Chen Kingdom's royal family would lose their only conscience. His speed was extremely fast. In less than 10 minutes, he had already arrived at the scene of the battle. At this moment, the battlefield was in chaos. The 7th prince, Chen Kangming, and the dozens of warriors under his command were surrounded by hundreds of warriors dressed in black. A battle was in progress. Chen Kangming's cultivation was not weak. In fact, Ling Xiao had always known that his talent was not inferior to Chen Songxiong's. Unfortunately, he did not receive the care of the royal family. Thus, his cultivation was naturally far inferior to Chen Songxiong's. Currently, he was only at the mid-stage of the 12th level of the Yinyang realm. Among the black-clothed men who had come to assassinate him, there were actually 2 late-stage of the 12th level of the Yinyang realm. The rest of the people had also reached the 11th level of the Yinyang realm. With such a powerful lineup, the people who dealt with Chen Kangming were definitely not ordinary people. Ling Xiao thought of Chen Songxiong. Now that the Chen nation was unstable, Chen Songxiong would do anything to eliminate his enemies. Not to mention that Chen Kangming was not his biological brother from the same mother. Even if he was, he would not be soft-hearted. However, there was no point in thinking so much about this. Currently, there were fewer and fewer people around Chen Kangming. After all, the people around him were not very strong. Although they were brave and fierce generals, they were still far inferior to those assassins. Who the hell sent you here? How dare you assassinate the 7th prince? Do you know what this is? Chen Kangming's subordinates cursed loudly in the battle. Hee, it doesn't matter who sent us. What matters is that we were paid to do so. It doesn't matter if you're a prince or a king. All of you must die. As the assassins spoke, they continued to attack. All of you, leave. They want to kill me. Chen Kangming suddenly stabbed out with his sword and repelled an assassin. Then, he shouted at the people behind him. At this moment, he only had about 20 subordinates left. He did not want these loyal and brave soldiers to die so tragically. Every one of these people had made great contributions to the Chen nation. Every one of them had scars left behind by their enemies. Some had even almost lost their lives, but they had all survived. If they died at the hands of their own people, it would not be worth it. No, Your Highness. In our eyes, you're not just a prince, but also our commander. If you die, won't the War Eagle army be without a leader? Loyal and brave soldiers were loyal and brave soldiers. Even though they knew that fleeing for their lives was completely possible, because the assassins only wanted to kill Chen Kangming, they still did not want to flee. Heh. What a touching master-servant relationship. It's a pity that you can only discuss your feelings in the netherworld. Since you don't want to leave, then you can all die here today. The leader of the assassins laughed coldly, his eyes full of mockery. Chen Kangming, you're really pitiful. You're a prince. As long as you were obedient, you could have enjoyed everything a prince should have. But you refused, and you wanted to oppose the king. The king killed the Ling clan for the sake of the Chun nation. And you actually spoke up for those rebels. Serves you right for ending up like this. You must be regretting it. You're not an assassin. You're a warrior of the Chun nation. As expected, you were sent by that bastard Chun Songxiong. Otherwise, you wouldn't know so much. Chun Kangmeng narrowed his eyes, hatred bursting from them. Haha, I said it before. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you're too stupid. If you die, even the king won't feel any heartache. But you can reunite with your dead mother in the netherworld. The leader of the assassins laughed coldly, his hands moving faster and faster. Chun Kangmeng was forced to continuously retreat. Although he resisted with all his might, he was indeed weaker than his opponent. Although he was furious, there was nothing he could do. I, Chun Kangmeng, have never regretted anything I've done. Unfortunately, Ling Yin and I grew up together. We're like brothers, but I can't reverse the verdict for him and his clan. Chapter 2856. Well said. However, you still have many opportunities to reverse Ling Yan's verdict. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice in shock. A middle-aged man with a face full of stubble slowly walked out of the forest. Although his appearance was ordinary, his entire body exuded a terrifying aura. The assassins stopped what they were doing. The assassin leader looked at Ling Xiao and frowned. Brother, please don't meddle in the affairs of the Chun Kingdom's royal family. Otherwise, it will be too late to regret if you get into trouble. The assassin leader sensed the powerful aura emanating from Ling Xiao, so he was unwilling to make an enemy of Ling Xiao. What if I insist on meddling? Ling Xiao walked to Chun Kangmeng's side, then looked at the assassins and said coldly, "Scram, or none of you will be left alive." What big words. Although you are strong, we are not afraid of you. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then die. The assassin leader frowned, then revealed a sinister expression. With a wave of his hand, over 100 assassins charged at Ling Xiao. A bunch of idiots. Second profound meaning of light, golden crow ascending the sun. Ling Xiao did not draw his sword. Instead, he raised his right hand. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared above his head. This light transformed into a giant golden crow that pounced at the crowd. For Ling Xiao, acting as another identity was very easy. The profound meaning of light and shadow's consummate skill could finally be put to good use. The assassins could not see anything. Before they died, the only thing they could see was the golden crow pouncing at them. Then, a ball of fire began to burn. The stench of charred flesh filled the air. In one move, over 100 assassins were basically wiped out. Only the assassin leader was still alive. You. Who are you? The assassin leader was instantly terrified. Such an expert actually wanted to help Chun Kangmeng. This was simply too terrifying. Whoosh! Ling Xiao took a step forward. It was the profound meaning of light's divine teleportation. He instantly appeared in front of the leader of the assassins and grabbed him by the neck. Then, he said coldly, "Who told you to kill Chun Kangmeng?" "I won't tell anyone." The leader of the assassins had a ruthless look in his eyes. He actually took poison and committed suicide. Unfortunately, death did not come. Ling Xiao ridiculed. "With me around, you still want to commit suicide? If you don't want to be tortured, tell me the truth. Otherwise, not only will you die, but your family will also die." I'll talk. The leader of the assassins took off the black scarf on his face. "I'm a divine thunder guard." Those assassins were hired by the king from the Dark God Palace at a high price. He was very afraid of the feeling of not being able to live and not being able to die. He was even more afraid of implicating his family. The person in front of him was too terrifying. He was definitely not someone he could deal with. Therefore, he had to tell the truth. "Father, how could he?" Chun Kangmeng simply couldn't believe it. He originally thought that it was Chen Songxiong who did it, but he never expected that it was actually his father. As the saying went, even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. However, This king really wanted to kill him. Seventh Prince, some of your words in the army have angered the king. You shouldn't have spoken up for that, Ling Xiao. The king summoned you back to the royal capital this time because he wants to kill you midway. The leader of the assassins said helplessly, We know that you're loyal and patriotic, but it's useless. You also know that the king's orders cannot be disobeyed. How should we deal with him? Ling Xiao looked at Qin Kangming and asked. He had already asked what he needed to ask. Ling Xiao felt that there was no need to keep this guy alive. Since he was captured by the hero, you can deal with him yourself. Qin Kangming said, All right. If Ling Xiao wanted to deal with him, he would naturally kill him. Keeping such a person alive was ultimately asking for trouble. Wait. The leader of the assassins suddenly shouted, I know a piece of news, a very important piece of news. I hope it can be exchanged for my life. What news? Ling Xiao asked. A piece of news about the seventh prince's friend, Ling Xiao. The leader of the assassins really shocked everyone with his words. Such news attracted the attention of both Ling Xiao and Qin Kangming. Speak. Ling Xiao said lightly, If I tell you, can you spare my life? Even if you have to destroy my cultivation, I just want to be reunited with my family. The leader of the assassins begged. That depends on whether your news is worth it or not, Ling Xiao said. It definitely is. Just yesterday, a few experts from Thunder City came. They all came from Tianqi Mountain. They only have one goal, and that is to kill Ling Xiao. The leader of the assassins said with trepidation. He did not know whether this news could save his life, but he could only take a gamble. Eat this soul-absorbing pill, and you can get lost. Ling Xiao did not destroy the leader of the assassin's cultivation. Instead, he stuffed a soul-absorbing pill into the leader's mouth and used the soul-absorbing pill to control him. Xiao Chun did not have any spies in Thunder City, so he did not know many things. However, with this person around, many things would be easier in the future. Many thanks for sparing my life. The leader of the assassins turned and left. Ling Xiao turned his head to look at Qin Kangming and said, It looks like you cannot return to Thunder City for now. What are your plans in the future? I still have not asked your excellency. How should I address you? Qin Kangming asked. Tuoba Ling. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He had used this name before, so he casually used it again. After all, it was not a special name. There were many of them in this country. So, it is Senior Tuoba. Many thanks for your excellency's saving grace. However, I must take back Thunder City. I cannot watch as the Chun nation is taken over by despicable villains. Qin Kangming clenched his teeth and said, In the past, I guarded the borders and did not care about the matters of the royal court. However, I have made up my mind now. I will fight for this throne. Even if I die, I will have a clear conscience. If you fight for the throne, you might face brothers killing each other and becoming enemies. Can you handle it? Ling Xiao asked. I have to, even if I can't. Qin Kangming clenched his teeth and said, I avoided the world, but I ended up in such a situation. Since others will not let me live in peace, then I can only become their nightmare. However, if you return like this, you will definitely die. Ling Xiao said bluntly, Your cultivation is too weak, and the people around you are even weaker. So, if Mr. is not stingy, can you help me? Qin Kangming asked. Help you? What benefits will I get? Ling Xiao countered. What does Mr. want? Qin Kangming countered. I want the Qin nation. Are you willing to give it to me? Ling Xiao teased. As long as Mr. loves the people like your children, why not? Furthermore, I am not suited to be a king. Fighting on the battlefield is more enjoyable. Qin Kangming nodded without hesitation. If someone else had said this, Ling Xiao would have thought that the other party was acting. However, since Qin Kangming said this, he believed it. All right, since you have such courage, there's no harm in helping you. However, there's something I need to do first. You should return to Thunder City first. I'll send someone to secretly protect you. Once I'm done, I'll naturally contact you again. Chapter 2857. After walking half a kilometer, Ling Xiao released Xiao Jin and instructed, Xiao Jin, from now on, follow Qin Kangming and protect him. I will. After all, This guy used to treat me as a brother. Moreover, he's only in such dire straits because of our family. I naturally have to help him. Xiao Jin nodded. That's good. Let's split up here. I'll return once the matter of the extreme royal mystic realm is settled. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he left again. Xiao Jin became even smaller, as small as a mosquito, and blended into Chen Kangmeng's group. Seventh Prince, are you really planning to give the throne to that person? At this moment, a cultivator beside Chen Kangmeng couldn't help but ask, do you think that my words were just a temporary measure? Wrong, that's exactly what I think. If he really loves the people like his children, so what if I give it to him? I'll be happy to live a carefree life. Chen Kangmeng smiled. Moreover, I keep feeling that that person is very familiar. Ling Xiao seemed reckless, but he was actually very cautious. Logically speaking, with his current strength, he naturally didn't need to fear anyone after returning to the Thunder City. However, he still chose to sneak in quietly. After all, no matter how strong he was still only one person. Now, he learned from the assassin leader that the Thunder Emperor had invited experts from the Heavenly Pool Mountain to deal with him. The Heavenly Pool Mountain was a sect of a big country outside of the Chen country. The weakest of their experts was at the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm and the 12th layer of hell. After all, even experts like the 12th and 11th princes were only outer disciples of the Heavenly Pool Mountain. The experts that came this time were definitely stronger than those two. Could it be experts from the first revolution of the 13th layer of hell? Now, he had to be even more cautious. However, no matter how careful he was, he had to go to the extreme royal mystic realm. There was something in the untouchable place that could resonate with the 12 beast god martial spirits. He had to get his hands on it. After arriving outside the Arcana Academy, Ling Xiao put on a mask that he had prepared long ago. The mask glowed with silver light, revealing a bit of savagery and terror. This was the effect he wanted. Now that he had transformed, he would have to make a public appearance in the future, so he couldn't easily reveal it here. All he had to do was put on the mask and change his clothes. Logically speaking, after the death of Senior Lightning, there shouldn't be any experts left in the extreme royal mystic realm. It was relatively easy for Ling Xiao to enter. However, the Sky Thunder Legion was able to produce 7 new generals. The Arcana Academy was highly valued by the Chun Kingdom's royal family. Naturally, they would not leave it alone. There should be even more powerful experts around, right? He had more important things to do this time, so he didn't want to alarm these experts if he could. He cast Magic Dragon Phantom, Ghost Magic Dragon. Ling Xiao, in front of the many Arcana Academy disciples, went straight to the entrance of the extreme royal mystic realm. Taking advantage of the fact that the guards of the extreme royal mystic realm weren't paying attention, he easily snuck in. In any case, the entrance was open all year round. It was just that someone was guarding it. As long as he could fool the person guarding it, there was nothing to worry about. The first place he appeared was naturally the soldier level area. But now, the things here could no longer arouse his interest. He only had one goal, and that was the untouchable place. Back when the war broke out in Yuanling, he took advantage of the chaos to enter the untouchable place. However, he had to stop because he was not strong enough. But today, his cultivation was many times stronger than it was back then. He could finally get what he wanted. Still in his ghost magic dragon form, Ling Xiao directly passed through Yuanling's territory and entered the untouchable place. Although it was said to be the untouchable place, in fact, the moment Ling Xiao arrived, he could clearly feel the aura of an expert. Good heavens! I thought that the untouchable place was a place where no one could enter. It turns out that it was just a forbidden area deliberately set up by the Qin Kingdom's royal family. Only warriors whose cultivation has reached the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell and above can enter. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the untouchable place, he felt that there was an array formation protecting it. However, this kind of array formation was not difficult for him at all. He broke it in 2 or 3 moves. Furthermore, he did not alarm anyone. Good heavens, fortunately, I did not enter back then. Otherwise, I would not even know how I died. The weakest demonic beast here is actually a terrifying existence at the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. The deeper Ling Xiao went, the more shocked he became. It seemed that the Chun Kingdom's royal family was even more terrifying than he had imagined. The Lightning Seigneur and the Thunder Emperor were just representatives of the outside world. The truly valiant people were all cultivating in seclusion here. Perhaps the 4 elders of the Chen Kingdom also stayed here for many years. Fortunately, he was more cautious this time and did not barge in. Otherwise, even if he could leave easily, he would probably have to fight a bitter battle. Now, he did not even need to hide his aura. There were many demonic beasts here, and they were all at this level. The Chen Kingdom's royal family probably did not expect him to sneak in. Just as he walked less than 500 meters into the untouchable place, he saw a herb garden. There were 4 powerful dog-type war pets guarding this herb garden. They were all at the late stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. There were also 2 late-stage Yin-Yang realm martial artists drinking tea and chatting in front of a thatched cottage. Most likely, this herb garden belonged to the Chen Kingdom's royal family. Most of the medicinal ingredients were not yet ripe, but there were some that emitted a fragrant aroma. Wow, isn't that a 1,000-year-old flesh Lingji? Ling Xiao looked at the flesh Lingji in shock. It had already been growing for 1,000 years and was nearing maturity. If the 1,000-year-old flesh Lingji was used to concoct pills, it could be used to concoct a 1,000-year-old energy pill. It was similar to a blood spirit pill, but 10 times more effective. After consuming it, one's fleshly body would be strengthened, and one's qi and blood would grow stronger. Of course, it was also possible to consume it directly, although the effects would not be as good. Right now, Ling Xiao's blood spirit pill was not as effective as before. The main reason was that his fleshly body was too strong, and his cultivation base was rising. Once he reached the life-seizing level, blood spirit pills would be completely useless. When that time came, if he had a 1,000-year-old energy pill, it would be amazing. A 1,000-year-old flesh Lingji was something that had lived for 1,000 years. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to the Chen Kingdom's royal family. You've been guarding it for 1,000 years, and now I'm going to take it away. Who could have guessed that the Chen Kingdom's royal family would spend so much effort to raise a spirit medicine like this? It was completely prepared for Ling Xiao. After all, in the state of Chun, there was no one other than Ling Xiao who could concoct a 1,000-year-old spirit medicine. Those idiots in the Chen Kingdom's royal family would definitely choose to concoct it directly, which would be a complete waste of a heavenly treasure. But Yang Qi was different. He could concoct over 100 medicinal pills with the same effects as consuming the flesh Lingji. Chapter 2858. Other than the 1,000-year flesh Lingji, there is also a 1,000-year fire snake grass. The remaining hundreds of years old spirit herbs were already unable to enter Ling Xiao's eyes. After all, people like to look at the most precious things. Ordinary fire snake grass was very common. It was something that grew naturally from the corpse of a demon beast called fire snake. It contained the demon power of the fire snake demon beast and also contained powerful heat. This was just an ordinary fire snake grass. As for the 1,000-year fire snake grass, it had existed for 1,000 years. It absorbed the essence of the sun and the moon. The fire element between heaven and earth was close to becoming a spirit. If Little Gold consumed it, Little Gold would probably be able to break through to the 13th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Ling Xiao wanted to get these 2 spiritual items immediately. However, when he was about to harvest them, he stopped, because he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with the 12 divine beasts' god position. It was still in the depths of this untouchable place. Looks like I have to bear with it. Ling Xiao stopped what she was doing, because he believed that if he took the 1,000-year flesh Lingji and fire snake grass, it would attract the attention of the experts of the Chen country's royal family. At that time, he wouldn't be able to get what he wanted. When I go out, I will take these herbs. Swallowing his saliva, Ling Xiao continued to go deeper into the untouchable place. The deeper he went, the more obvious the feeling became. In the Tyrant universe, the Sun God constellation and the Ox God constellation had a reaction. Especially the 3 stars of the Sun God constellation that had lit up, they became even more dazzling. Next, the U God constellation started to shine. In the Tyrant universe, a 3rd constellation appeared. It was the U God constellation. According to legends, the Yu-God not only controlled all birds, but also time. The cry of the Yu-God could determine the day and night of the Black Tortoise continent. Could it be that the things in this untouchable place were related to the Yu-God? Following the appearance of the Yu-God constellation, Ling Xiao suddenly felt that the beast talisman made from beast bones in his storage ring had a reaction. He hurriedly took it out. To his surprise, he discovered that the strange bull monster that was originally drawn on it had turned into a rooster crowing with its head held high. What the hell is this? Ling Xiao was a little confused. Initially, he thought that the beast talisman had something to do with the ox god, but he didn't expect that when he came to this untouchable place, the statue of Yu-God would appear. Could it be that the pattern from before was just a cover? Shaking his head, Ling Xiao couldn't figure it out. But just as he was trying to figure it out, the beast talisman suddenly emitted a bright light and flew in a certain direction. Ling Xiao also chased after him. Since it was related to Yushan, it would be extremely useful to him. Regardless of whether it was the ox god or the Yu-God, they were both one of the 12 beast gods. No matter which one he awakened, it would be of great help to him. After running for more than 10 kilometers, Zhang Tai had finally arrived. The beast talisman finally stopped and was embedded into a huge rooster sculpture. The rooster let out a loud cry, and then a ray of light flew into Ling Xiao's body. At that moment, Ling Xiao saw a very strange phenomenon. It was as if he had flown into the void, and the entire Black Tortoise continent was within his field of vision. Then, with a rooster's crow, the world was bright, and people began to work. It was different from what he usually understood. It wasn't that the rooster crowed at a certain point in time. Instead, it was after the rooster crowed that time reached a certain point. It gave people the feeling that this rooster controlled the time of the entire Black Tortoise continent. If the rooster doesn't crow, will time stop forever? Ling Xiao just had this thought in his mind. The rooster really stopped crowing. After that, the entire Black Tortoise continent was in a point in time, and people seemed to be trapped at this point in time. Will time go back? Ling Xiao thought again. Then, the rooster turned its head and changed the direction of its crow, opposite the direction where the sun rose. Time actually went back to the past. Damn, this is too scary. Ling Xiao was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat, and he also woke up from that strange illusion. He found that his whole body was a little wet from excessive sweat. After changing into a clean set of clothes, Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. It was rumored that if one could complete a cycle of reincarnation, they would be able to obtain the reincarnation deity position. This should not be a lie. Yushan was one of the 12 beast gods. He controlled time and birds, and was really powerful. The other 11 beast gods must have their own abilities and specialties. The sun god was the king of beast gods, but now, he was more like an assassin among the 12 beast gods. Whether it was the golden light technique, the bloodthirsty plague, or the bloody devil rat, they were all very scary. That feeling just now is gone? Ling Xiao suddenly found that the beast talisman flew back into his hand, and other than the dark Yushan constellation in the Tyrant universe, there was no other special change. Moreover, the feeling that attracted him was also gone. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. Let's go back and get those 2 spiritual herbs first. Since that special feeling had disappeared, Ling Xiao naturally had to get the treasures that he could get his hands on. Once again returning to the previous place, Ling Xiao used his fastest speed to get the 1,000-year fleshlingji and 1,000-year fire snake grass. These 2 herbs, each of them could be used to refine at least 100 elixirs. They were the 1,000-year chi pill and the 1,000-year fire snake pill. The former was suitable for him, and the latter was suitable for Xiao Jin. But now, he had to solve the problem in front of him first. The moment he took the 2 spiritual herbs, the 4 battle pets and hunting dogs had already surrounded him. The 2 warriors who were drinking tea and chatting by themselves also appeared near Ling Xiao. How dare you steal the royal family's spiritual herbs? Who are you? Ling Xiao sneered, but did not speak. Action was the best answer. He did not want to attract the experts in this untouchable place, so he had to get rid of the 2 people and 4 beasts in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, once those experts were alerted, even getting out would be a problem. This was the royal family's last secret place, and it could be the place where the strongest of the royal family lived. He could not take this risk. Anyway, there was no one else within a 1-mile radius of the herb garden. Even if he killed these guys, there was no harm. He could also keep this herb garden in the mountain river world. This thought only flashed in his mind for a moment. Before that person could finish his words, Ling Xiao had already moved. Demonic dragon phantom, sword demonic dragon. His body turned into a sword shadow, and he directly rushed towards the person who spoke. While flying, he directly pierced through the body of a hunting dog in front of him. His current cultivation was the late stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. Chapter 2859. Ling Xiao was dealing with 2 people and 4 battle pets. Be it in terms of attack power or speed, he had the upper hand. After killing a battle pet, the demonic sword dragon cut open the body of the warrior who had just spoken. In an instant, a man and a battle pet had died. But for Ling Xiao, it was a piece of cake. He didn't stop there. Before the other martial artist could react, his body had already turned back. Demonic dragon phantom, demonic thunder dragon. The roaring demonic thunder dragon instantly drowned the remaining 3 battle pets and the warrior. The 3 battle pets died on the spot. That martial artist only had a single breath left. He struggled to take out a signal flare and shot it into the sky. However, the signal flare was stopped by Ling Xiao after flying for about 1 meter. That won't do. I don't want to expose my whereabouts yet. Ling Xiao faintly smiled. With a wave of his hand, that person lost all signs of life. From the beginning to the end, only a dozen seconds had passed. That battle pet and the warrior guarding the herb garden simply didn't have time to react before they were already dead. With the 1,000-year flesh Ganoderma and 1,000-year fire serpent grass, I should be able to reach the peak of the 12th level of hell. Goldie might even be able to break through the 13th level of hell. When that happens, I won't have to hide anymore. I can just go to the capital city of the Chan Kingdom. Ling Xiao snorted. Of course, there was a reason for people to be cautious. Because of the appearance of the warrior from the Heavenly Pool Mountain, Ling Xiao knew that he wasn't strong enough to force his way in. But once he made a breakthrough, things would be different. Ling Xiao put away the herb garden. He was about to leave when a ray of golden light shot up to the sky. He knew something was wrong. There must be a seal set up in the herb garden. If anything was stolen, the alarm would be automatically raised. The moment the golden light shot up into the sky, Ling Xiao knew that it was impossible for him to leave this place in one piece. Damn it. I want to leave quietly, but you don't want to. If that's the case, I might as well wreak havoc in this forbidden place. I still have many places to visit. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Since he had already been discovered, it was time to see who was more powerful. He tore through the air and began to frantically search for treasures within the untouchable lands. In any case, the moment the golden light flew up, the exit of the untouchable place had already been blocked, so he was in no hurry to leave. Although they didn't find any elixirs like the 1,000-year flesh spirit mushroom and the 1,000-year fire snake grass, there were still a lot of elixirs that were hundreds of years old. Ling Xiao unceremoniously accepted them all, regardless of whether they were mature or not. Once they were placed in the mountain river world, they would naturally mature faster. Along the way, they encountered many obstacles. Ling Xiao didn't show any mercy. He could tell that this untouchable place was the forbidden area of the royal family. Those who came here were all royalty. Back then, the people who had tried to kill him were also from the royal clan. The people who had killed his brother, Ling Yin, and his entire family were also from the royal clan. Why should he show mercy? If one came, he would kill one. If a pair came, he would kill both. In any case, the other party did not intend to let him off. Oh, an expert has finally arrived? Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. A figure came from afar at an extremely fast speed. His aura was even stronger than the first general's. There were dozens of figures behind this person. They were all cultivators at the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. There were a total of 64 people, all dressed in fiery red clothes. They instantly blocked all the directions Ling Xiao could escape in. Then, the strongest person stepped on the air and looked down at Ling Xiao. He asked arrogantly, How dare you intrude into the royal family's forbidden area and kill members of the royal family? Who exactly are you? And who are you? Ling Xiao retorted. How dare you, thief? Don't you even know Elder Hua? Why aren't you surrendering when you see Elder Hua? The cultivator in fiery red clothes shouted sternly. Elder Hua? Oh, I remember now. He's one of the 5 old men behind the Chun Nation's royal family. I wanted to kill you all. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Just nice. Ling Xiao grinned and released his boundary martial soul. He did not want anyone here to escape and report this. These people were quite strong. He could not kill them all instantly. It would take some time. What arrogance! You're only at the 2nd revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. How dare you say that you can kill me? Elder Hua sneered. You'll know if I'm arrogant after you try. Ling Xiao's body released a dense demonic aura. He did not use the demon dragon sword or any other sword. No matter which sword he used, his true identity would be exposed. Fortunately, he could already condense his aura into a sword when he was in the White Tiger continent. Demon, you're actually so arrogant. However, since you've met me today, it's your end. Elder Hua shouted coldly. He also did not use a weapon. Scarlet flames suddenly burned on his hands. Not only that, but there were also 12 strange black flames dancing around his body like lotus flowers. Every flame lotus emitted a terrifying aura of death. This Elder Hua is really something. He's much stronger than Elder Kong. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He did not understand. Many of the members of the royal family in the untouchable place were much stronger than Elder Kong. How did that guy become one of the 5 elders? In fact, there was a reason for that. Elder Kong had been injured by Chun Bai in the past. Therefore, his cultivation had regressed and never improved. However, considering his seniority and achievements, his position as one of the 5 elders had never been revoked. This is a strange flame? Ling Xiao said with a frown. That's right. There are 5 types of flames: ordinary flame, demonic flame, strange flame, immortal flame, and divine flame. Ordinary people can't control the immortal flame and divine flame, let alone use them in battle, unless they have a matching martial soul. Therefore, strange flames are the strongest flames that can be used in battle. Are you afraid now? Elder Hua sneered. He was not speaking nonsense. With this strange flame, Elder Hua's combat strength was definitely top-notch among cultivators of the same cultivation. Being able to control the strange flame was already admirable and terrifying. However, why would Ling Xiao be afraid of a mere strange flame? Elder Hua said that ordinary people could not control the immortal flame and divine flame, unless they had a matching martial soul, and Ling Xiao was the special person that Elder Hua mentioned. However, using the divine flame to deal with Elder Hua was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Ling Xiao decided to take it easy. Not only could he not expose his identity in the Black Tortoise continent, but he also could not expose his identity in the White Tiger continent. Once he was exposed, he could only silence him. So what if you have a strange flame? I've seen people with divine flame martial souls. Don't show off in front of me. Chapter 2860. As Ling Xiao spoke, he was also observing his opponent. Although his opponent wasn't strong, he didn't like to underestimate his opponent. Just like how a lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit, he didn't want to fail miserably because he underestimated his opponent. After all, there were too many examples to mention. Many of his opponents had died at his hands in this way. In any case, he wasn't in a hurry. With his barrier martial spirit, if he didn't want to, he wouldn't be able to release any aura. Take my move first. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly flashed as he raised his right hand. The dark element condensed on his right hand. When he arrived in front of Elder Hua, an elemental sword condensed from internal energy and elements had already condensed on his right hand. Bastard. Don't blame me if you want to die. Elder Hua didn't expect that someone would break into the forbidden area of the Chen country's royal family and dare to attack him even after knowing his identity. He was really curious as to who this silver-masked and murderous fellow was. However, even if he asked, his opponent wouldn't answer him. Since that was the case, he would kill his opponent and take off his mask. Then, He would know his opponent's identity. Thinking of this, Elder Hua didn't plan to hold back. Suddenly, a lion covered in flames appeared behind him. The blazing lion martial spirit. This guy was obviously a member of the Chen country's royal family, but he didn't possess a lightning martial spirit. It seemed like he had undergone martial spirit surgery and seized someone else's martial spirit. However, this blazing lion martial spirit was very suitable for him to display the might of his mysterious flames. The instant Elder Hua released his martial spirit, the elemental sword in Ling Xiao's hand had already pierced towards his throat. There wasn't anything fancy about it. It was just an ordinary sword, but it emitted an extremely evil and powerful aura. It even made Elder Hua feel as if a devil had appeared in front of him. He retreated a few feet. Then, he shouted, "Bastard, your strength isn't bad. However, do you think that you can do anything to me?" Facing Ling Xiao's elemental sword, the mysterious flame lotus floating around him actually condensed and turned into an even bigger lotus flower, blocking in front of him. Clang! The elemental sword pierced the huge lotus flower, but it couldn't move an inch further. Furthermore, the elemental sword was also shattered by the blazing flames. A mere elemental sword and you dare to show it off? You don't take me seriously at all. Now, it's your turn to die. After blocking Ling Xiao's attack, Elder Hua did not stop attacking. A terrifying aura erupted. The blazing lion martial spirit behind him roared. The firelight actually merged into his hands. Red flame lion, awakening fist. Kill. The roar of a lion came from the void. Above Elder Hua's hands, the raging flames condensed into the shape of a scarlet flame lion. It pounced ferociously at Ling Xiao. Die. I don't care who you are. Since you dared to barge into the Chen nation's royal family's forbidden grounds, you can forget about living. Elder Hua, who was originally nervous, relaxed at this moment. To be honest, when he first sensed the extremely terrifying devil chi on Ling Xiao's body, he thought that he had encountered an incredible expert. However, after this round of attack and defense, he was completely at ease. Although his opponent was stronger than an ordinary cultivator in the later stages of the 12th layer of hell, he still had no chance of winning against him. This red flame lion awakening fist could take his opponent's life. However, all of this was just his wishful thinking. Boom! Elder Hua, who was charging at Ling Xiao, suddenly experienced a violent explosion. The old man's clothes were torn and his hair was disheveled. His body even emitted a charred smell. He was battered and exhausted. His attack naturally came to an abrupt end. Earth Demon's Secret Technique's 3rd layer, Timed Explosion. This technique is really useful. As long as I can touch my opponent, I can set up an elemental bomb. Ling Xiao smiled as he stood more than 10 meters away. Looking at the battered Elder Hua, he was very satisfied with the effect of this attack. Elder Hua was completely confused by the explosion. He had focused all his attention on the attack and did not focus on defense. That was why he was hit. Not only was he battered, but he was also injured. After swallowing a healing pill, Elder Hua looked at Ling Xiao in horror. The masked man in front of him was even more terrifying than he had imagined. The fear that had already subsided once again attacked his entire body. "Do you really want to know my identity?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Of course. Elder Hua changed his clothes and even put on a defensive treasure armor that he had not used for a long time. That explosion just now had really given him quite a fright. Fortunately, Ling Xiao did not follow up with another attack. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured even if he did not die. Let me make it clear. If you know my true identity, all of you here will die. If you don't know, then you can die alone. Ling Xiao smiled. What arrogance! Do you really think that you can kill all of us by yourself? Although Elder Hua was slightly afraid of Ling Xiao, he did not believe that he and the other 100 Yin-Yang realm experts at the 12th level of hell would be killed by Ling Xiao. It's easy to kill all of you, Ling Xiao said indifferently. If I wasn't curious and wanted to see the power of your heavenly flame, I would have killed you just now. Arrogant. Yes, too arrogant. Elder Hua, let's work together to kill this bastard. After all, everyone has the right to kill a bastard like him. Kill him. There's no need to care about the rules. The 100 Yinyang realm cultivators began to shout loudly. Bastard, did you hear that? This is what they are shouting. Since you are so confident that you can kill all of us, then what's wrong with revealing your true identity? Elder Hua sneered. I'm afraid that you don't have the guts, right? Do you all want to die? Fine. I don't want you to die without knowing who killed you. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and took off his silver mask. At the same time, he changed back to his original appearance. Your face is so familiar. Elder Hua did not recognize Ling Xiao immediately. It was no wonder that he did not care about such an insignificant person in the past. Elder Hua, this fellow is Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. That Ling Xiao who killed Elder Kong and hundreds of thousands of our Qin Nation soldiers? Elder Hua was shocked. He had seen Ling Xiao's portrait before, but this was his first time seeing him in person. Ling Xiao was much younger than Elder Hua had imagined. In fact, there was even a hint of immaturity on his face. That's right. It's that Ling Xiao. He killed the 8th prince, the 2nd prince, the 12th prince, and the 11th prince. It's really hard to imagine that a brat like you could turn our Qin Nation's royal family upside down. The veins on Elder Hua's face bulged as his body trembled. It was not fear but anger. Chapter 2861. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm not the legendary god with 3 heads and 6 arms. I'm just an insignificant person. Ling Xiao chuckled. He then waved his hand, and the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword appeared in his hand. The elemental sword was ultimately useless. At this stage, a sharp weapon was still a great help to his strength. Blood Thunder Imperial Sword. You're really Ling Xiao. Seeing the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword in Ling Xiao's hand, Elder Hua's suspicions completely disappeared. They gave the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword to Qian Songxiang, and it was taken away by Ling Xiao. Who else could the person in front of him be but Ling Xiao? I've already said that I'm Ling Xiao. What's there to be suspicious about? Ling Xiao held the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword, and his aura was clearly stronger. The blood-red sword Martial Soul appeared behind him, and there were even blood thunders jumping on the sword. I've heard that you've obtained the 4 supreme martial arts of the dragon cult. However, I've only seen the demonic dragon phantom body technique. You should have learned the other 3, right? Elder Hua's eyes became extremely sharp. Originally, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao one-on-one. However, it seemed like there was no need for that now. Or rather, he didn't have the confidence. He might as well attack together with the 100 martial artists. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao and take back the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword, it didn't matter how he killed him. After all, this was the forbidden area of the royal family, and no one would know what was going on. You're not qualified to make me use all 4 supreme martial arts. Ling Xiao shook his head and said indifferently, How dare you look down on me? Ling Xiao, you shouldn't have appeared in this forbidden area. No matter what kind of supreme martial arts you have, your cultivation is only at the later stage of the 12th level of hell. You're not my match. Your wrong choice will cost you your life. You should regret meeting this old man. Like this, your plan for revenge will completely fail. Elder was sneered in disdain. All right, stop blabbering. If you can kill me, just do it. I've seen a lot of people like you who only know how to talk. Back in the demonic dragon city, the first general had been just as arrogant, but what had happened in the end? Didn't you still die under my sword? Ling Xiao impatiently waved his hand and said, Next, I should also fulfill my promise. Since my identity has been exposed, all of you can forget about living. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao suddenly landed on the ground. Immediately, a series of terrifying explosions erupted in the surroundings. In an instant, only 80-odd martial art practitioners from the first transition 12 levels of hell were left. The martial artists who were only at the early stage of cultivation were directly killed by the explosion. What? Seeing this scene, Elder Hua's expression became even more serious. Ling Xiao's might was really too unexpected. Just one move and more than a dozen people died. Could these people really join hands and kill Ling Xiao? At that moment, even Elder Hua's heart fell from the clouds into the abyss. Ling Xiao's cultivation was indeed inferior to his, but the fighting strength he displayed was definitely stronger than his. Moreover, This kid had not even used his full strength. How terrifying was this guy? Everyone, put on your defensive armor. Don't be stingy with your spirit stones. Elder Hu roared, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, I admit that you're very strong, but our Chun country's royal family is rich. I can't beat you, so I'll use my money to crush you. The defensive armors that these people were wearing were all divine-grade spirit artifact armors. If they were not stingy with their spirit stones and continued to provide energy to their defensive armor, then even a divine-grade spirit artifact would not be able to hurt them. As for ordinary Emperor artifacts, the damage they could cause to them was also very limited. This was the terrifying aspect of defensive armor. This was the reason why defensive artifacts were always several times, or even dozens of times more expensive than offensive artifacts in the mystic world. Even if Ling Xiao was very strong and could injure them, with the protection of their defensive armor, the damage would be minimized. This is really giving me a headache, Ling Xiao said with a frown. Ha ha ha, you're at your wit's end. Everyone go. Even if we have to exhaust him, we have to exhaust him to death. Elder Hua laughed crazily. He thought that Ling Xiao was at his wit's end. Yes, a group of people charged at Ling Xiao. Their eyes were filled with anger and hatred. They wanted to avenge their dead companions and tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Facing the enemies charging at him, Ling Xiao sneered and instantly transformed into his nine-snake general form. Nine-snake poison domain. It had been a long time since he used this special ability. The 9 snake heads released 9 different poisons that spread throughout the entire space. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao's cultivation had increased, but the power of this special ability had also become stronger. The poison was more ferocious. The concentration of the poison gas was also higher. As the 9-snake poison domain was unleashed, the expressions of the 80-odd martial artists abruptly changed. Some of them had turned purple and died on the spot. Some of them were foaming at the mouth. Some of them were twitching and spasming. Some of them even let out miserable shrieks. The defensive armor can block my sword, but it can't block my poison. Elder Hua, what else do you have to say now? Ling Xiao stood there with the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword in his hand. He looked at Elder Hua, who was standing in the air, with contempt and said with a smile. Elder Hua had the heavenly flame protecting his body, so the poison gas couldn't get close to him. However, the others couldn't. In just a moment, more than 40 of the 80 cultivators had died. The rest were also poisoned. If they couldn't expel the poison from their bodies in time, they wouldn't be able to survive. This 9-snake poison domain's lethality towards martial artists whose cultivation was lower than his was truly terrifying enough. Even if their cultivation was higher than his, they would still be poisoned if they weren't on guard. Why were so many top experts in the history of the mystic world killed by others? In fact, most of them were destroyed by the poison. Damn it. No wonder people say that your strength has surpassed Chen Bai. It seems like it's true. Even Chen Bai would have a headache when facing so many defensive armors, but you easily neutralize them. You're simply too terrifying. Today, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will definitely kill you. Otherwise, I'll be raising a tiger and inviting calamity if I keep you alive. The flames of the blazing lion behind Elder Hua burned even more fiercely. As he stood there, he was like a small sun, hot and bright. He knew that he had to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Otherwise, those who were poisoned would all die. This time, he had brought almost all the cultivators in the first revolution in Yang realm in the untouchable place. Only a few experts were still cultivating, so he didn't disturb them. If all of them died here, even if he was still alive, he wouldn't be able to face his 3 brothers. I'll kill you. Elder Hua roared and released his aura without any regard for his life. Chapter 2862. Under Elder Hua's control, the 12 strange flame lotuses spread out again and pounced towards Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. Even if he had to give up these strange flames and his own life, he would still kill Ling Xiao, this demon. Strange flame lotuses bloom endlessly, destroy the heavens and earth. The strange flames crisscrossed. Between heaven and earth, there were only blazing flames constantly erupting. The 12 lotuses carried the power of heaven and earth as they pounced towards Ling Xiao, wanting to turn Ling Xiao into ashes. This attack is indeed powerful. It's even more terrifying than the first general's strongest attack. It seems like there is a huge difference in combat strength, even with the same level of cultivation. This strange flame really gave Elder Hua an extremely powerful combat strength. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the 12 strange flame lotuses indifferently. He had no intention of dodging. Although this attack was indeed very powerful, that depended on who it was facing. Perhaps even Chen Bai would choose to dodge when faced with such an attack and not meet it head-on. However, Ling Xiao was different. He always liked to meet force with force, unless the opponent was strong enough to kill him. The current him was not afraid of Elder Hua at all. Whether it was inner strength, body, or other aspects, he was stronger than Elder Hua. Seeing that you're about to die, why don't I let you see something fun before you die? Suddenly, 9 demon dragon sun swords appeared around Ling Xiao's body. They emitted a terrifying demonic aura. Seeing this scene, Elder Hua's body trembled. Impossible. This is impossible. You actually have 9 of the legendary 9 demon dragon swords. Elder Hua was terrified. The 9 demon dragon swords were divine weapons that could compete with the king's sword, the most precious treasure of the Chen kingdom. There were a total of 10 king's swords, the same number as the 9 demon dragon swords. However, the 9 demon dragon swords emitted a ferocious demonic aura. As for the king's sword, it emitted a righteous aura. In terms of quality, the 2 swords were almost the same. Even Chen Songxiang could only use a single king's subsword. How could Ling Xiao use 9 subswords at once? Could it be that his talent was much greater than that of the 14th prince, Chen Songxiang? Surprised, right? Ling Xiao smiled. With a wave of his hand, 9 demon dragon sun swords flew out. It collided with the alien flame lotus in the void. Terrifying explosions continued to ring out. The 9 demon dragon sun swords were in perfect condition. However, 9 of the 12 lotus flowers of deviant flames were missing. Seeing this scene, the terrified Elder Hua hurriedly withdrew the remaining 3 exotic flame lotuses. He was extremely clear that the deviant flame lotus flower was no match for Mo Longzi's sword. Elder Hua, do you understand now? The reason why I, Ling Xiao, returned to Thunder City was because I was confident that I could capture all of you old fellows in one fell swoop. Back then, you guys chased me so hard. If I didn't have the 10 terminal formation, and if I wasn't lucky enough to be considered powerful, I'm afraid I wouldn't be the only one left. Even my companions and relatives would have died under your butcher's knife. Now, you can regret it to your heart's content. I'm not afraid to tell you that I've come for revenge this time. The armies of the 8 Immortal City and Demon Dragon City are also ready to set out. As long as I eliminate the experts of your Chen country's royal family, they'll send their troops to Thunder City. At that time, your Chen country's royal family will completely disappear from this world. After destroying the deviant flame lotus, Ling Xiao didn't follow up with another attack. Everything was under his control. He wanted Elder Hua to die in fear and regret. Kill you. Kill you. I'll definitely kill you, demon. Elder Hua could imagine the terrifying consequences. He was incomparably panicked and worried. If Ling Xiao didn't die today, then what would happen next might really be what Ling Xiao expected. No, he couldn't agree to it. You're the one who forced me to use the forbidden technique. Deviant Flame Lotus, Scarlet Lion, fuse. Elder Hua was very clear that once he fused with the Deviant Flame Lotus, he'd definitely die after this battle. However, it could increase his combat strength by dozens of times in a short period of time. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, he didn't care anymore. If he had to die, then so be it. He had to get rid of this demon for the Chen country's royal family. A terrifyingly hot aura exploded in the air. Elder Hua's body underwent a terrifying transformation. As he underwent this transformation, he seemed to be enduring immense pain as he constantly roared. Interesting. I like it even more now that you can become stronger. Ling Xiao excitedly looked at Elder Hua, who was undergoing a transformation, but he didn't rush to attack. It was always exciting to fight against a strong opponent. Furthermore, he wasn't particularly satisfied with his current cultivation. He definitely had to continue improving it. Fire God. As Elder Hua roared, his body finally completed its transformation. The powerful aura was dozens of times stronger than before. The blazing temperature actually dispersed the poisonous fog on the battlefield. Elder Hua's body was wrapped in a strange black deviant flame. His entire body seemed to have fused with the deviant flame. Although his body didn't grow larger, the pressure he gave off had clearly increased. TSK, TSK, you're really strong. Looks like I really have to use the demonic dragon possession. Ling Xiao deactivated the Nine-Snake General Beast Soul transformation and entered the Tyrannosaurus Blood Demonic Dragon Beast Soul transformation state. Immediately after, he used the third level of the demonic dragon possession. 5 demonic dragons entered his body. His strength erupted once again. What? Not only did you learn the demonic dragon phantom, but you also learned the demonic dragon possession. You've only joined the dragon cult for less than 2 months. How did you do it? Elder Hua transformed into the fire god. He originally thought that he could completely suppress Ling Xiao in terms of aura. However, after Ling Xiao used the demonic dragon possession, his aura was almost on par with Elder Hua's again. Although he was still slightly weaker than Elder Hua, the gap wasn't as big as before. There's more that will surprise you. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and put away the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword. The demonic dragon primordial sword appeared in his hand. 9 Suns Demonic Dragon Sword. You actually got all 10 of them. This is simply inconceivable. If it wasn't for the influence of the heavenly flame, Elder Hua's expression would have been very ugly. Never in his dreams did he expect that Ling Xiao would have the complete 9 Suns Demonic Dragon Sword. How could Chan Sangxiong compete with him? He felt that if he transformed into the fire god, as long as he could kill Ling Xiao, his death would be worth it. Let's fight. At this moment, fear was unavoidable. However, Elder Hua couldn't run away. Therefore, he could only fight. Above his hands, a ball of black flames condensed and turned into a black lion. Today, I'll let you have a taste of my strongest martial skill. You just got the 9 Suns Demonic Dragon Sword. It's impossible for you to use it skillfully. Elder Hua was still comforting himself. Roar. The lion condensed from the heavenly flame let out an earth-shattering roar. Chapter 2863. Fire God, Heavenly Flame Lion. Die, Ling Xiao. As Elder Hua roared, the heavenly flame lion in his hand wrapped around his entire body. Then, he took a step forward in the air. His body shot out like a bolt of lightning as he pounced towards Ling Xiao. In an instant, the air within the spirit barrier seemed to be burning. The entire place was filled with a burnt smell. This guy, is he trying to kill himself? When Ling Xiao saw Elder Hua's attack, he understood what was going on. He could have dodged and watched Elder Hua die on his own. However, that would have been meaningless. Such a powerful attack would have greatly stimulated the potential in his body. His cultivation would have increased by at least 10%. This power is at least at the level of a lower-tier martial skill of the immortal grade 4th heaven. Interesting. In order to let you die a quick death, I'll use my strongest move to respond to you. Ling Xiao smiled. He pointed the demon dragon sword at Elder Hua. Black demonic chi quickly condensed and twined around the demon dragon sword. A demonic immortal walked out from the sword. In an instant, the black demonic chi occupied half of the space. Half of the spirit barrier was black, while the other half was still black. However, Ling Xiao's side was filled with a cold and cruel aura. On the other side, it was blazing hot. True demonic immortal sword shadow. Kill. Ling Xiao roared and released his move. The terrifying sword chi instantly pierced through tens of meters and charged towards the ferocious heavenly flame lion. The demonic immortal sword shadow was originally a martial skill of the immortal grade 3rd heaven. However, with the support of the demon dragon sword, it could now unleash the power of a martial skill of the immortal grade 4th heaven. Although it was still slightly weaker than Elder Hua's desperate attack. Boom. The two attacks collided within the spirit barrier, causing a terrifying explosion. The entire spirit barrier was filled with the 2 types of energy. The pitiful martial artists who were trapped inside all died because of the terrifying impact. They were already poisoned and did not have the ability to resist such a terrifying attack. It was reasonable for them to be killed. However, such a change did not cause Elder Hua to hesitate. He had already decided to perish together with Ling Xiao, so he wouldn't have any other thoughts, because that would only make his attacks more vulnerable. The stalemate lasted for a moment. The demon immortal was torn to pieces by the deviant flame lion. Then, the remaining power of the lion slammed into Ling Xiao's body. Ha ha ha, die, Ling Xiao. Elder Hua knew that even though he was going to die, he had still won. However, in the next moment, his laughter stopped abruptly. The deviant fire that hit Ling Xiao's body was actually absorbed by Ling Xiao's body. Moreover, he could clearly feel that Ling Xiao seemed to have become much stronger because of his collision this time. It seemed to be 4 or 5 times stronger. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ling Xiao put away the demon dragon sword and grabbed Elder Hua's neck. He sneered and said, "Although I was slightly injured, it was worth it. I have to thank you for your powerful attack. It allowed my cultivation to increase by 10%. I'm closer to the peak of the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell." At this moment, Elder Hua was trying to detonate the remaining deviant fire to kill Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's hand seemed to have a magical power that prevented him from using his internal energy. Useless old thing. No matter what you do now, it's useless. I've said before that after knowing my true identity, none of you will be able to live. However, you didn't listen. Now, do you understand that I wasn't scaring you? As Ling Xiao spoke, he suddenly released a terrifying force from his hand and destroyed all the meridians in Elder Hua's body. Then, he threw Elder Hua to the ground. Elder Hua lay there limply, unable to do anything. He couldn't even commit suicide. He looked at Ling Xiao in horror. His heart was filled with confusion, fear, confusion, and regret. Back then, when the Thunder Emperor reported about Ling Xiao, the 5 elders didn't take it seriously at all. They felt that with Chen Songxiang taking action, wouldn't Ling Xiao be easily captured? However, the young man that they looked down on was now so powerful that he could completely suppress him. Facing this young man, he couldn't even commit suicide. This was a great humiliation, and this humiliation was only the beginning. He was afraid that this ferocious beast would do something terrible after killing him. The Thunder Emperor, Chen Songxiang, and his 3 elder brothers. He really wanted to warn them. There was a bloodthirsty beast staring at them in the dark, wanting to devour them and destroy them. With Ling Xiao's current strength, was there really anyone in the entire Qin nation who could stop him? The Thunder Emperor? Chen Songxiang? Or the remaining 3 elders? They didn't seem confident. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Elder Hua exploded with a sense of helplessness and despair that he had never felt before. Let me tell you a piece of good news. I'm a rather benevolent person. If the Qin nation's royal family didn't casually attack me, I might not have to kill them. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. However, these words didn't make Elder Hua feel at ease. Elder Hua knew that the Qin nation's royal family wouldn't let Ling Xiao go. Those people were vicious and merciless. They liked to eliminate the source of trouble, not to mention a huge threat like Ling Xiao. They would definitely do their best to eliminate him. Goodbye. Ling Xiao pointed his finger and sent Elder Hua to the Western Paradise. Then, he withdrew his martial soul. There didn't seem to be anything special in this untouchable place. It was time for him to leave. It was best to take advantage of the fact that he hadn't been discovered by stronger opponents. In any case, he had already obtained the 1,000-year-old flesh Lingji mushroom and the 1,000-year-old fire serpent grass. In addition, he also had the strange beast talisman that had fused with the soul of the undying god. He had also collected more than 100 sets of defensive treasured armor from this group of fellows. If his soldiers were to wear these things, their chances of dying would be greatly reduced. It would be a waste not to take them. Such a harvest already made Ling Xiao very satisfied. He wasn't a greedy person. As he thought about this, he turned around and headed out of the untouchable place. After exiting the untouchable place, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. This was because he discovered that the situation outside had undergone a strange change. Reality and illusion seemed to have merged together, forming a strange giant illusory array. Master, what do you think? Ling Xiao asked the Yuan Venerate after waking him up. I'm afraid this is an emergency strategy formulated by the Chun Nation's royal family. Once a crisis occurs in the untouchable place, the area outside will activate the illusion array to prevent the intruder from escaping smoothly. The Yuan Venerate analyzed. This illusion array seems very formidable. Master, are you confident that you can break it? Ling Xiao asked. You can break it yourself. Why do you need me to break it? The Yuan Venerate didn't understand. He had already imparted all his knowledge about array formations to Ling Xiao. Chapter 2864. I want to go down and take a look. Isn't this place inhabited by Yuanling people? The last time I came here, I was almost killed by the giant of the Fortress of Trees. Later, Chan Sangxiong fought with the giant of the Fortress of Trees and was lucky enough to obtain a life essence, which helped me greatly in improving my cultivation. The giant of the Fortress of Trees had 10 life essences, so I want the remaining 9 as well. Given my current strength, won't I be able to do whatever I want here? Ling Xiao chuckled as he spoke. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. All right, go and find the giant of the Fortress of Trees. I will help you break the illusion array. The Yuan Venerate replied. Thank you, Master. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he walked in the direction in his memory. Although there was an illusory formation, the place occupied by the meta-spirit race had no illusory formations, so it should be relatively easy to find. He was only going there for the life essences and had no intention of fighting with Yuanling. However, if those fellows didn't know what was good for them, then they shouldn't blame him for being impolite. Back then, Yuanling had started a war and almost killed his friends. He could let go of this grudge. However, if the other party didn't know what was good for them, then he wouldn't mind taking revenge. There seems to be someone over there. As Ling Xiao was walking, he suddenly saw a few figures not far away. He didn't know if they were disciples of the Arcana Academy or Yuanling martialists, but he still decided to go over and take a look. After all, given his current strength, there was probably no one in Yuanling who was a match for him, so he wasn't afraid at all. A moment later, he appeared in front of those people. There were 6 of them, 4 men and 2 women. One of the women was dressed luxuriously and had an air of nobility about her. She probably had a high status. The other woman was holding a short knife and was very alert. She was clearly this lady's personal bodyguard. As for the 4 men, they were all wearing Yuanling clothes and had Yuanling decorations on their bodies. Needless to say, these 6 fellows who looked like humans were definitely Yuanling martialists. Ling Zhao's appearance shocked the 6 of them. After all, this was Yuanling territory. Ling Xiao was clearly a human being, so he could only be a student of the Arcana Academy. They were enemies. Don't worry, I'm just passing by. Ling Xiao looked at the 6 people and said indifferently, Excuse me, where is the tree fortress? The noble and pretty girl hurriedly said, So you're looking for the tree fortress giant. He's here, Your Highness. Before the girl could finish her sentence, she was stopped by a female guard. We don't know where this person came from, and he's most likely our enemy. He must be up to no good if he's looking for the tree giants. After saying that, the female guard looked at Ling Xiao warily and even pulled out her dagger. Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously and said, You're right. I'm looking for the tree fortress giant for his life essence. After all, he can regenerate his life essence after losing it. It'll just take some time. Don't even think about it. The life essence is a reward for the great Yuanling warriors. Who do you think you are? How dare you covet such a treasure? A male warrior roared at Ling Xiao. Haha. Ling Xiao smiled and turned to leave. It was normal for others to refuse to give him something he wanted. Therefore, he planned to get it himself. This was the compensation the Yuanling gave him. Wait a minute. The girl called Princess shouted. I can feel that you're not a bad person. Leah. What's your name? If you really just want the life essence, I can help you, but you'll need to buy it with spirit stones from the outside world. I'm Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't hide his name from this naive girl. Can I really buy the life essence with spirit stones? Ling Xiao asked. Of course you can. In fact, we have a lot of life essence in stock. We can't use it all, What we lack is spirit stones. If you have a lot of spirit stones, I'll definitely ask my father to trade with you. Leah nodded. So, the Chun Kingdom's royal family also made a deal with you? Ling Xiao asked. Humph. Those shameless guys took the life essence, but weren't willing to pay spirit stones. We have nothing to say to them. Leah clenched her fists and said angrily, The Chun Kingdom's royal family is indeed shameless. Ling Xiao nodded. He completely agreed with this point. Aren't you a disciple of the Arcana Academy? Then you are really bold, daring to break into their secret plane. Leah looked at Ling Xiao with admiration. It's nothing. I sneaked in and didn't meet anyone. Ling Xiao said lightly, Princess Leah, this guy doesn't look like a rich person at first glance. Moreover, he sneaked in. Aren't you afraid that he will steal our life essence? A warrior said, UPA, how can you suspect people so casually? Leah said with some annoyance. This little girl is still too naive. However, when it came to money, Ling Xiao was probably the richest person in the state of Chen. He just killed so many experts of the Chen Kingdom's royal family and seized a large number of spirit stones. Ling Xiao took out a storage ring and released the spirit stones. At that moment, UPA's eyes widened. This must be hundreds of millions of low-grade spirit stones, right? Leah was also surprised. One life essence is only 1 million low-grade spirit stones. How much can you buy? Hehe, if possible, I'll buy as much as you have. Generally speaking, a warrior using 3 life essences would have no effect. But Ling Xiao is different. He can store the energy of the life essence in his cells. In future battles, when he encounters a strong enemy and is injured, the energy of the life essence will be automatically released. Not only can it help him increase his recovery speed, but it can also help him break through his cultivation. So he wants as much life essence as he can. His body was now a huge warehouse that could store unlimited amounts of energy. Ling Xiao put away the spirit stones again and was about to return to their tribe with Leah and the others. Suddenly, the sound of a group of beasts trampling on the ground came from afar. Rumble. The earth shook violently. It sounded like there were a lot of people coming. This sound attracted Ling Xiao's attention. He looked up and found that there were at least hundreds of Arcana Academy disciples riding black tortoise battle beasts rushing over. The leader looked very powerful, but he was also very young. He should be a genius of the Arcana Academy. He hurriedly put on the silver mask, although these people were nothing to him. But at this moment, he was more concerned about the life essence. He didn't want to make too much noise here and attract more enemies. Damn it, it's the lackeys of the Arcana Academy. Let's go. Chapter 2865. Although Leah was naive, she was not stupid. The Arcana Academy and the Yuanling had fought more than once. Now that they had met, it was naturally impossible for them to reconcile easily. However, the other party was too fast. In addition, it seemed that they had deliberately surrounded them. As they approached, more than 100 people divided into 4 groups and surrounded them from different directions. Oh no! Leah's expression was very ugly. She usually did not come out. She basically cultivated under the protection of the Tree Fortress giants. This was the first time she came out, and she had encountered such trouble. It seemed that the other party had come prepared. The disciples of the Arcana Academy looked at Leah and the others with obvious mockery. It was as if they were toying with them, not really wanting to kill them. Especially the young man in the lead. He was dressed in bright silver armor and looked very valiant. However, his gaze was fixed on Leah. He seemed to be smiling, and there was even a hint of manly desire in his eyes. Leah felt uncomfortable under his gaze, and her expression was very ugly. Not only were there many people in this group, but they were also very powerful. The few of them were definitely no match for them. Your Highness, the first prince of the Chen Kingdom, the Yuanling and the royal family of the Chen Kingdom have been at peace for several months. We have signed a truce agreement to not invade each other. I hope that your Highness can allow me to return to the Yuanling tribe. Leah looked very frightened and worried. There was one thing that Ling Xiao probably didn't know, and that was that the Yuan spirit war he had encountered was already the last one. After that incident, the 5 elders of the Chen kingdom suddenly appeared in the Yuanling tribe. With their powerful strength, they forced the Yuanling tribe to submit to the royal family of the Chen kingdom. Then, they were given a small place to live. However, the life essence they produced, the monster cores they hunted, and the large amount of medicinal herbs they cultivated all belonged to the royal family of the Chen kingdom. More importantly, once the imperial mystic realm was threatened by invaders, the Yuanling tribe had to help the royal family of the Chen kingdom fight. In other words, the Yuanling tribe had long lost its freedom. It was just a dog raised by the royal family of the Chen kingdom. However, this dog was not tamed yet. Even so, the people of Yuanling were no longer willing to be enemies with the students of Arcana Academy. He was especially unwilling to make an enemy of the Chen kingdom's royal family. However, this leading cultivator was the Chun nation's first prince. It was rumored that this person had once been appointed as the crown prince, but because of his lust for women, he committed a great taboo and was eventually deposed. But even if he was stripped of his position as the crown prince, he was still a prince and a member of the royal family. Moreover, his lustful nature had not changed at all. Of course, this prince knows that you're Yuanling's Princess Li Ya. Otherwise, I wouldn't be looking for you. Yuanling used to be awesome, but what happened now? You're just like a grandson, so useless. The first prince sneered. Ha ha. The martial artists beside him all roared with laughter. Ladies and gentlemen, do you think my identity as the first prince is good enough for this princess of the metaspirit race? The first prince suddenly asked. First prince, you really know how to joke. How can these natives be worthy of you, first prince? That's right. First prince, if you like, you can capture this woman and bring her back. First prince, when you're tired of playing with her, you can reward her to our brothers. It was obvious that the first prince's character was really unbearable. Not only did he like to harm women, but he also didn't treat women as humans at all. Once he was tired of playing with them, he gave them to his subordinates. This kind of behavior was simply outrageous. Hearing this, Li Ya's face turned pale. She was angry and unwilling, but more than that, she was afraid. If the first prince really wanted to do this, she would have no choice but to be bullied by others. I beg you, first prince, please let our princess go. She's still young and doesn't know anything. How did she offend you? Please don't be angry. When we return to the tribe, we will find the best woman for you. The female guard beside Li Ya knelt down and pleaded in horror. You're not bad. Why don't you play with me first? The first prince looked at the female guard. Although her looks weren't as good as Li Ya's, her figure was top-notch because she practiced martial arts. Although Ling Xiao was wearing a silver mask, his expression didn't look too good. He didn't like to meddle in other people's business, but this first prince was really too shameless. If possible, he really wanted to end this guy with a sword. After all, he had a grudge with the Chun Kingdom's royal family. If you're willing to let the princess go, I'm willing to serve you, first prince. The female guard was really loyal to Li Ya. Ha ha ha, very good. I still have something to do today. Tomorrow, how about tomorrow? Wait in the tribe. I will personally go to Yuanling to propose marriage. Don't worry, I won't let you, the princess of Yuanling, suffer too much. The first prince laughed out loud. Although this guy was lustful, he wasn't a fool. He wanted Li Ya not only because she was beautiful, but more importantly, as long as he married Li Ya, Yuanling would be his. He would also have some advantages in the upcoming battle for the throne. Otherwise, how could he compete with Chen Songxiang as a deposed heir? By the way, have you seen this person before? Suddenly, the first prince took out a portrait. It was Ling Xiao on the portrait. When Wu Pa saw the portrait, he was about to speak, but Li Ya stopped him. Li Ya didn't know that her unintentional action had saved her life and might even save the entire Yuanling. If Wu Pa revealed Ling Xiao's identity, then Ling Xiao would not only kill the first prince and his henchmen, the 6 people, including Li Ya, would also die. First prince, we haven't seen this person before, Li Ya replied. Remember, if you see this person, report immediately. Otherwise, Yuanling will be finished. The first prince snorted coldly, turned the head of the black tortoise, and headed into the distance. As it turned out, he was searching for Ling Xiao. It seemed that the Chen Kingdom's royal family already knew about what happened in the untouchable place and was sending people to search everywhere. Looking at the first prince and his group of warriors leaving, Leah collapsed to the ground. Although she had almost never left the extreme royal mystic realm, she had still heard of the first prince's reputation. She might as well die if she were to marry such a person. Princess, there's no time to lose. Let's return to the tribe and inform the chief. Perhaps there's a way to remedy this. The female guard stood up and supported Leah. Her expression was also very anxious. She didn't want her princess to fall into the devil's mouth, and she naturally didn't want to become the first prince's plaything. Think of a way? What else can we do? Our Yuanling can't leave the extreme royal mystic realm. The only way to avoid being married by the first prince is to prevent those people from entering the extreme royal mystic realm. Do you think that's possible? Chapter 2866. Leah was in complete despair now. Unless a miracle appeared, how could she avoid such a tragedy? If your highness believes me, I will stay in Yuanling for a few days. Not only will the first prince's evil plan fail, but your Yuanling will also be safe. Ling Xiao suddenly said, my only condition is that I will take away all the life essence of Yuanling for free. Although he had spirit stones, he didn't want to spend them casually. After all, setting up all kinds of formations required spirit stones. Your highness, don't believe that guy's words. Also, why didn't you let me say it just now? That guy is clearly someone the first prince is looking for. If we hand him over, the first prince might let us off. UPA said excitedly. UPA, you usually say that I'm naive. How come you've become more naive than me today? Do you really think that the eldest prince will let me off if he takes him away? Leah shook her head and said bitterly, that's impossible. Even if he captured Ling Xiao, he would still come after me. UPA closed his mouth. Although he was unwilling to admit it, it was the truth. He was, after all, an experienced warrior. He knew the nature of the Chen Kingdom's royal family too well. After a long time, he said, but no matter what, you can't trust this guy. If the Chen Kingdom's royal family finds out that we let him go to the Yuanling tribe, they will definitely be punished. That will definitely bring us a calamity. Leah looked at Ling Xiao helplessly and said, it seems that you are not from the Arcana Academy, nor are you from the Chen Kingdom's royal family. Otherwise, they wouldn't chase after you like that. Just leave. The Chen Kingdom's royal family is much more terrifying than you can imagine. You are definitely no match for them. There is no need to throw your life away for some life essence. She obviously didn't believe Ling Xiao's words. After all, Ling Xiao was too young. Who would believe that he was strong enough to resist the Chen Kingdom's royal army? So you're willing to become the first prince's plaything? Ling Xiao said indifferently, I know that first prince's character. Once he's tired of playing with you, he'll reward you to his subordinates. His subordinates are a group of wolves, worms, tigers, and leopards. In the end, you will be completely tortured to death. Of course I don't want to, but what can I do? I can't let Yuanling suffer because of me. I can't implicate you because of me. Leah shook her head, her face full of misery. Today, he wants you to marry him. Tomorrow, he might ask you to give him the tree fortress. The day after tomorrow, he might even ask all of Yuanling to become his slaves. Man's desire is the deepest gully. It can't be filled. You should know this best. Blindly compromising may be able to exchange for a temporary peace, but sooner or later, you will still suffer. Ling Xiao said indifferently, don't misunderstand. I'm helping you because you didn't betray me. Secondly, it's because I have a grudge against them. If they want to do something, I have to destroy it. Thirdly, I think you're a good girl. It's a pity that you're being trampled on by others. Do you really have the confidence to defeat that first prince? Leah was silent for a long time before she raised her head and asked. He's nothing. In front of me, he's not even comparable to a paramecium. Even if the Lightning Emperor comes personally, I can destroy him. Ling Xiao said indifferently, braggart. Will you die if you don't brag? Princess Leah, don't believe this kid. He must have other plans. UPA said hurriedly, then do you have any way to prevent me from marrying that beast? Leah looked at UPA and asked, I, even if I, UPA, have to risk my life, I will protect your highness. UPA said loudly. Sigh. Leah sighed. She looked at Ling Xiao and said, all right, I believe you. Let's go to the Yuanling tribe together. It wasn't the first time Ling Xiao had come to the Yuanling tribe. It was just that the last time he came, he was still very weak. A mere tree fortress made him feel incomparably fearful, and he didn't even have the courage to resist. If he hadn't learned the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique at that time, he would probably have died here. Now that he had returned, his entire mentality had changed, from the mentality of a weakling to that of a powerhouse. The tree fortress was nothing in front of him. He could even destroy it with a flick of his finger. Your Highness, you're back. It was obvious that Princess Leah had sneaked out. Her return immediately attracted the attention of the people in the tribe. However, when they saw Ling Xiao, a stranger wearing a silver mask, they all became vigilant. Your Highness, this stranger has the aura of a human. Why is he here? The person who asked this question was naturally a stronger warrior in the Yuanling tribe. Ordinary warriors couldn't smell the human aura on Ling Xiao. Don't worry, this person is a friend. He came to the Yuanling tribe to make a deal. Leah explained. A deal? What deal? Suddenly, a dignified voice sounded. Ling Xiao looked up. It was a warrior at the peak of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. When he first entered the extreme royal mystic realm, a martial artist of this level was simply an invincible existence. However, he seemed so weak and pitiful today. Tribe leader. When the crowd saw this dignified middle-aged man, they all stepped aside to make a path. He is indeed the tribe leader of the Yuanling tribe. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so strong. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Father. When she saw the tribe leader, Leah hurriedly went up to him. She couldn't control the grievance in her heart and actually shed tears. A little girl was still a little girl. She was already like this after being frightened a little. If she really saw Ling Xiao killing everyone, wouldn't she be scared to death? My dear daughter, what happened? Who bullied you and made you feel so wronged? The leader of the Yuanling tribe leader's face darkened. He glanced at Ling Xiao intentionally or unintentionally. Tribe leader, we met His Highness the First Prince outside. Wu Pa suddenly stood up and said, It's His Highness the First Prince of the Chun Nation. He said that he wants to marry Her Highness and will come to propose tomorrow. What? Hearing this, the entire Yuanling tribe was enraged. Ling Xiao could sense that even though the martialists from the Metaspirit tribe had been suppressed by the might of the Chan Nation's 5 elders, they still weren't convinced. Especially now that His Highness the First Prince of the Chun Nation was bullying their princess. It was fine if the first prince's character was upright, but he was also a lecher. If the princess were to marry him, wouldn't that be like a lamb entering a tiger's den? Tribe leader, let's fight it out with them. That's right, let's fight. We can't take this anymore. Chapter 2867. Very good. The people of Yuanling are all heroes. However, I, Yuanimo, will not let you die for my daughter. The difference in strength is too great. There will only be one result if we fight head-on, and that is the destruction of Yuanling. Yuanimo looked at Leah and asked, Leah, are you willing to sacrifice yourself for the sake of Yuanling's future? Leah shuddered when she heard this. She suddenly let go of her father's arm and retreated toward Ling Xiao. She was willing because her father was the person who loved her the most in the world. However, she had not expected her father to say such a thing. How could she endure this? Father, I'm not that great. I don't want to. Why should I sacrifice myself for the entire tribe? As a father, you actually want to push your daughter into a pit of fire. What right do you have to make me die for you? Leah's long-held beliefs crumbled. She had thought that her father was the greatest person in the world and that he was the only person she could rely on. Ever since her mother had been killed by the Qin Kingdom's royal family, the only person she could rely on was her father. However, now, her father actually wanted to push her into a pit of fire that she could never climb out of. Leah, you have to understand your father's painstaking efforts. The meta-spirit race is currently on the brink of destruction, yet you're sacrificing your own happiness in exchange for their survival. What a noble thing to do. You're my daughter, Yuan Imo. As my daughter, you should do this. Yuan Imo looked at Leah and sighed. It's said that even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. As a father, you are simply too disappointing. The mouth under the silver mask said disdainfully. Ling Xiao really could not stand it anymore. Leah could choose to sacrifice herself, but as her father, Yuan Imo really had no reason to let her sacrifice herself. Perhaps he was a great tribal leader, but he was definitely not a good father. Who are you? How dare you speak such nonsense in the Yuanling tribe? Yuan Imo looked coldly at Ling Xiao and asked, Father, he's not a bad person. He's my friend. He just wants to do business with our tribe. Oh, that's right. He also said that with him around, he would definitely be able to protect our tribe from the Chun nation's royal family. Leah said hurriedly, Not a bad guy. Yuan Imo frowned. His daughter was really naive. Who in this world would write the word bad person on their face? Family head, this fellow seems to be wanted by the Chun country's royal family. Wu Pa stood out and said, Oh. Hearing this, Yuan Imo revealed a smile. Hee brother, our tribe has been busy recently. If you want to do business with us, that's not a problem. But I'm afraid you'll have to stay in the tribe for a few days. Speaking up to here, Yuan Imo said to UPA, go arrange this mister's residence. You must treat him with utmost care. Don't let anyone disturb him. These words sounded nice, but in fact, those who were a little smarter would be able to understand. This was not how a guest should be treated. This was clearly to put Ling Xiao under house arrest, and then hand him over to the first prince to deal with. Ling Xiao could see the old man's intention at a glance, but he did not expose him. Anyway, he had already promised to help Leah. If he had to stay, so be it. Mr. Ling Xiao, have a good rest first. I'll go see you later. Leah was still naive. She did not understand the other meaning in her father's words. Ling Xiao, come with me. Wu Pa glanced at Ling Xiao with a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. Ling Xiao did not say anything. He followed Wu Pa to a very nice treehouse. The treehouse was very spacious and comfortable, but the guards outside did not put him in a good mood. How laughable. You're actually monitoring me? If I, Ling Xiao, want to leave, even if all of your Yuanling people come out, you won't be able to stop me. Ling Xiao sneered. He did not have a good impression of this Yuanling family head. Yuan Imo originally, he did intend to protect Yuanling. But now, he only intended to protect Leah. Whether the others died or not had nothing to do with him. This Yuan Imo actually thought that by handing him over to the first prince, he could obtain the forgiveness of the first prince and the Chen kingdom's royal family. How laughable. It was simply stupid to not understand the situation. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao stepped out of the room, wanting to directly take the life essence. Since this old man was so heartless, he did not need to care about his previous promise. Stop! As soon as he stepped out of the room, he was stopped by 4 figures. These 4 people were clearly warriors carefully selected by the Yuanling. They were not weak. They were probably warriors second only to family head Yuan Imo. What? Is this how your tribe treats guests? Ling Xiao's eyes shot out a vicious look. If they thought he was easy to bully, then this group of people was really blind. Go back. The family head has ordered that you are not to leave this room until tomorrow. One of the people's voice was extremely cold and even had a commanding tone. I'm not your prisoner. I can leave whenever I want. Can you stop me? Ling Xiao said coldly. Guest, don't make things difficult for us. This will make you safer. If you insist on leaving this room and get hurt, don't blame us. That person still said very rudely. What? Do you still want to make a move? Ling Xiao sneered. The family head has ordered that if the guest insists on leaving, we can do whatever we want, including using force to stop the guest. That person's face revealed a murderous expression, and a cold aura exuded from his body. With just you? Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, and a bone-chilling killing intent appeared in his eyes, instantly landing on the 4 people in front of him. The 4 warriors felt as if their bodies had been pierced by sharp blades, and they actually felt substantial damage and pain. They took a few steps back in fear, and cold sweat flowed down their foreheads. Get lost. Ling Xiao stepped forward. When his right foot landed on the ground, a terrible force sprang up from the ground, and the four people were all sent flying, causing an explosion in the air. For Leah's sake, I won't kill you today, but trash like Paramecia better not provoke me again, Ling Xiao said coldly, then turned and left. The four people looked at Ling Xiao's back in horror, then struggled to get up from the ground and ran toward the family head's treehouse. Not long after Ling Xiao left, the Yuanling family head, Yuan Mo, brought people here. Seeing that the room was empty, Yuan Mo's face was very ugly. Bastard, you can't even keep an eye on a person. If this guy leaves, who will be responsible if the first prince investigates tomorrow? Yuan Mo roared fiercely and slapped the warrior in charge of guarding the treehouse in the face. Father, why did you do this to him? Ling Xiao said that he will protect our Yuanling, but if you treat him like this, he will definitely be disappointed. Chapter 2868. Leah found it hard to understand. Her father had actually placed Ling Xiao under house arrest. Was this really something her father would do? Shut up. Since he's escaped, you can leave with the eldest prince tomorrow. Yuan Mo roared angrily at his daughter. The women of the Metaspirit clan are meant to serve their clansmen. Marrying the first prince and saving the entire clan isn't a bad thing. It's just like how your mother married the Lightning Seigneur and helped me seize the position of chief of the Yuanling tribe. My mother married the Lightning Seigneur? This was the first time Leah had heard of such a thing. That's right, but it's a pity that her life was too cheap. She died after leaving the Imperial Secret Realm for 10 days. We Yuanling warriors really can't leave the Secret Realm, Yuan Mo said disdainfully. Father, are you sure that mother died because she couldn't adapt to the outside environment? Wasn't she tortured to death by the Lightning Seigneur? Leah couldn't believe her ears. She had always thought that her father was a great hero, but now she realized that this father was so terrifying that she didn't recognize him. Slap. A crisp slap landed on Leah's face. Yuan Mo looked coldly at his own daughter. Women are the most useless. I, Yuan Mo, have a son, and that's enough. Come on, lock Leah up and send her to the eldest prince tomorrow. Leah looked at her father and let the others drag her away. Although she was a princess, she only understood today that women had the least status in Yuanling. They were the most pitiful and could be treated like goods at any time. Her eyes were filled with tears. This was the first time she felt such pain in her heart. If she had been betrayed by someone else, she could still accept it, but it was actually her father who had betrayed her. For the tribe, her father was even willing to push her into a pit of fire and let her suffer inhumane torture. She despaired. This was the first time she felt that the world was so dark and boring. She wanted to kill herself, but it was useless. Her internal energy had been sealed and her hands and feet were locked. She couldn't even wipe the tears from her eyes, let alone kill herself. Ling Xiao obviously didn't know what was happening. He was currently plundering the Yuanling's life essence warehouse. There were actually 600 life essences. He had saved up quite a lot of Yuanling. Of course, he wanted all of them and swallowed all of them. The life essence's energy couldn't be absorbed all at once, so his cultivation only increased by 10%. However, a large amount of energy was stored in his cells as potential. Just like before, as long as he encountered danger in battle, his potential would be stimulated. Thus, he was forced to break through. Therefore, he was not worried about wasting resources. Ling Xiao didn't leave the warehouse. Instead, he decided to sleep here for the night. In any case, this was the most important place for the Metaspirit race. Normally, no one would come here to disturb him, especially at night. Early in the morning, there was no sun in the extreme royal mystic realm. However, the sunlight outside could still enter this secret realm through special laws. Early in the morning, it was supposed to be the time when everything woke up. The Yuanling tribe should be very lively. However, in reality, this place was so quiet that it even felt like a deathly stillness. There was a prisoner's wagon at the entrance of the Yuanling tribe. Poor Leah was locked inside, like a canary in a cage. In order to prevent her from committing suicide, Yuanma was very cruel. He looked into the distance with great anticipation, hoping that the first prince would come as promised. As long as his daughter was married to the first prince, the meta-spirit race would be completely safe. This was because they would also become part of the Chen Kingdom's royal family. Leah's originally clean face was covered with tears, but now she couldn't shed any more tears. After a night of crying, her tears had dried up. At this moment, she was very tired and wanted to sleep as soon as possible. However, once she fell asleep, endless nightmares would be waiting for her. She wasn't afraid of tiredness or hardship, but this unbearable despair made her very uncomfortable. She was locked up like a commodity by her biological father and was going to be given to a beast-like first prince. She could imagine her tragic fate after she married him. Perhaps, like her mother, she would be tortured to death very quickly. The female guard still loyally stayed by her side. As a dowry, she was also going to marry the first prince. At this moment, Wu Pa no longer coveted Leah. Although he liked Leah very much, he didn't dare to compete with the first prince for a woman. There were still some people in the Yuanling tribe who were very unhappy. When did the brave and unyielding Yuanling people become so cowardly and easily bullied? They could only bow their heads in the face of oppression. However, they couldn't help but agree with the chief's words. They were too weak. The weak bowed their heads to the strong. This was a matter of course in the mystic world. Now, they could only wait for the wedding procession to arrive. After about an hour, a group of figures appeared in the distance. The chief of the Yuanling tribe, Yuanma, who once dared to fight Chun Songxiang, was now as timid as a mouse. When he saw this group of people, he actually went to greet them. The person who came was indeed the first prince. Behind him were hundreds of warriors. We respectfully welcome the first prince. Yuanmo and the rest of the Yuanling people knelt down. The Chun Kingdom's first prince looked at these people with disdain, a hint of disdain appearing on his face. In the past, the Yuanling tribe was fierce enough. However, after the 5 elders came out, they became cowards. It was simply laughable. Yuanma, you are really an idiot. Leah will be my princess after she marries. How can you trap her in a cage? The first prince looked at Yuanmo and questioned. Your Highness, Leah is stubborn and doesn't know how good you are. I only did this because I was afraid that something would happen to her. Yuanmo hurriedly explained. If your Highness is willing, I will naturally let her out. No need. Since you want to marry off your daughter, you should have a dowry. I heard that the Yuanling tribe still has a lot of life essence. Take it all out and use it as your daughter's dowry. In addition, I like the giant tree fortress very much. It will belong to me in the future. The first prince seemed to be talking about something very ordinary. However, when Leah heard this, she couldn't help but recall what Ling Xiao had said before. The people of the Chen Kingdom's royal family never knew how to be satisfied. She didn't expect that such a rude request would come so soon. Your Highness, the giant tree fortress is the guardian of the Yuanling tribe. If we give it to you, the Yuanling tribe will definitely be in danger. Chapter 2869. Yuanmo, do you want your life or the tree giants? The eldest prince's voice turned cold and his eyes were filled with mockery. You brat, do you really think that your daughter is worthy of this king bringing such a large number of people to marry her? To tell you the truth, even if she marries me, she'll just be a lowly concubine with no status. Don't tell me you still don't know Bunwang's true purpose? I'll give you half an hour to hand over all of your life essence, including the tree giants. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The eldest prince was incomparably refreshed. He had come to the imperial mystic realm to cultivate before and had been attacked by Yuanling warriors. At that time, he was so scared that he ran away like a rat. But now, he could humiliate the dignified Yuanling patriarch, Yuanmo, as he pleased. Although his cultivation wasn't as high as Yuanmo's, he had stronger guards by his side. Go and take out all of your life essence. Also, hand over control of the tree giants to the eldest prince. Yuanmo turned around and shouted. The brave and valiant patriarch of the past had now become a submissive piece of trash. This made many Yuanling warriors very unhappy. They finally stood up. Patriarch, we can't be bullied like this. How many warriors have died for those life essences? Are we going to give them away today? There's also the giant of the tree fortress. That's the guardian of the Meta-Spirit clan. Once we send it out, the martial practitioners of the Meta-Spirit clan will become the targets of all the demon beasts in the extreme royal mystic realm. There were a total of 10 warriors who stood up, and each of them had an expression of grief and indignation on their faces. You're all crazy. Yuan Mo's expression became incomparably ugly. It's not us who's crazy, it's you who's crazy. You actually want to send your daughter into the fire pit. These guys are obviously insatiable, and their desires can't be satisfied with anything. Today, they want the life essences and the tree giants. Tomorrow, they'll destroy Yuanling because by then, we'll have no value to them. The leader of the resistance shouted loudly. Well said, but it's a pity that those who understand will always die quickly. The first prince sneered and waved his hand casually. The two martial artists beside him dashed out. Moments later, the brave warriors who resisted were all killed. No matter how brave they were, they could not overcome the difference in strength between them and Wu Qing. Did you see that? Did you see that? That's the consequence of going against the first prince. Why aren't you following the first prince's orders? Yuan Mo roared. Yes. Perhaps frightened by the first prince's fierce methods, a group of Yuanling warriors hurried to the warehouse where the life essence was stored. Ha ha ha, that's the right thing to do. Yuan Mo, you dog, you really know how to behave. Don't worry, this king isn't an unreasonable person. You've offered your daughter today, and you've even shown me your life essence and tree fortress giants. This king will definitely treat you well. Although you'll still be dogs, at the very least, you'll be living dogs. The first prince laughed heartily. His proud voice echoed throughout the Yuanling tribe. Your Highness, you're right. Leah, that bitch, is as useless as her mother. She even dared to resist. When your Highness returns, you must discipline her on behalf of me, her father. If your Highness has any requests in the future, I'll do my best to fulfill them. Yuan Mo really was like a dog. He lay there on the ground, not looking like a brave warrior at all, especially when he openly said that the first prince could discipline his daughter as he pleased. He even called his daughter and wife bitches. This kind of man was worse than a beast. However, Leah was already numb to it. Since yesterday, she already knew what kind of person her father was, so it was not surprising that her father would say such things. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I have a lot of tricks. I guarantee that your daughter will taste a lot of good things. The first prince laughed heartily. I'm afraid you'll never have that chance again. You shameless father, and you beast-like first prince, you'll both die here today. Suddenly, a cold and eerie voice sounded from the tribe. Everyone's heart trembled violently. Who's there? Yuan Mo, and the others looked in the direction of the tribe. A young man wearing a silver mask was slowly walking over. Judging from the eerie, murderous aura he released, he was very angry. Ling Xiao. Yuan Mo suddenly became excited. He hurriedly said to the first prince, Your Highness, this person came back with this bitch yesterday. I caught him, but he escaped in the middle of the night. I didn't expect him to walk right into the trap. He's the wanted criminal you're looking for. Oh? The first prince stared fixedly at Ling Xiao's face. It was a pity that he could not see Ling Xiao's expression because of the silver mask on his face. However, this guy actually took the initiative to come to his door. It was a pleasant surprise. As long as he caught this guy, he would definitely make a great contribution. In the future, even his father would not dare to look down on him. You're crazy. Since you left, why did you come back? When Leah saw Ling Xiao, her originally numb expression became more emotional. She sighed helplessly and said, You're simply a lamb walking into a tiger's den. Princess Leah, you must be joking. I've already taken all the life essence of your tribe. So now, I'm here to fulfill my promise. Don't worry, with me here, you won't die. Ling Xiao looked at Leah and said as if there was no one else around, Ha ha ha. The first prince suddenly burst into crazy laughter. He had two martial artists at the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm protecting him. No matter how powerful this Ling Xiao was, could he face two such powerhouses alone? Therefore, He was certain that Ling Xiao had come here purely to seek death. Yuan Mo, this guy sneaked into the extreme imperial mystic realm and has already committed a capital crime. Now, go kill this guy. Kill him, and I'll believe in your loyalty. Although the extreme imperial mystic realm had already adopted an emergency plan, the first prince still did not know that Ling Xiao had entered the untouchable area. In his opinion, Ling Xiao had only wandered around the king-level area, and his goal was the life essence. If he knew that Ling Xiao had gone to the untouchable area and even went on a killing spree inside, he probably would not be as calm as he was now. This lowly one obeys, but there's no need for this lowly one to personally kill him. UPA. Yuan Mo shouted loudly. UPA, didn't you want to make a contribution in front of the first prince? Just right, the opportunity has come. Kill this kid and solve the first prince's problems. This subordinate obeys. Chapter 2870. From the moment he met Ling Xiao, UPA disliked Ling Xiao very much. Especially when he learned that Ling Xiao was wanted by the Chen Kingdom's royal family, he had already planned to capture this guy and hand him over to the first prince. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to rely on the Chen Kingdom's royal family. Now that he finally had a chance, he naturally wouldn't give it up. Ling Xiao looked at UPA indifferently and said coldly, "Yesterday, if it weren't for Leah stopping me, would you have sold me out to this first prince?" That's right. Our Yuanling has already submitted to the Chen Kingdom's royal family. A guy like you naturally has to be handed over to His Highness the First Prince. UPA didn't know how terrible the consequences of his answer would be. Very well, I understand. However, I still have to give you a piece of advice. It's best if you don't make a move. Otherwise, your punishment will become a death sentence. Ling Xiao looked at UPA indifferently and said coldly, F***CK your mother. Killing you will be a great achievement. UPA roared and then pounced at Ling Xiao. This kind of creature formed by Yuan Qi was pure energy from head to toe. UPA's body was extremely strong. He was nearly 2 meters tall and had a sturdy body. When he ran, he could actually cause the surrounding elements to fluctuate. The scene was extremely shocking. As expected of UPA, other than the patriarch, he should be ranked first in Yuanling. How terrifying! The martial practitioners of the Meta-Spirit clan all screamed in excitement as they looked at UPA. The warriors of Yuanling with backbone were already dead. The remaining ones were all trash without backbone. They probably couldn't wait for Wu Pa to kill Ling Xiao with one punch. As he spoke, UPA had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. His body had already transformed into a ferocious cheetah, a cheetah that was completely formed by energy. This speed was too fast. It happened in the blink of an eye. Ling Xiao stood there, completely unable to react. He was already dumbfounded. Kill him, Yuan Mo roared. He wasn't sure about other things, but as long as Ling Xiao was dead, the first prince's evaluation of him would naturally improve. This was a very important and fortunate thing for both him and Yuanling. No. Leah couldn't bear to see Ling Xiao die. Ling Xiao was here to keep his promise to her. If Ling Xiao died, how could she erase the sins in her heart? UPA was one of the strongest warriors of the entire Meta-Spirit race. Although she knew that God could help Ling Xiao, she really didn't believe that Ling Xiao could block UPA's attack. Die. The more Leah acted like this, the more UPA hated Ling Xiao. His terrifying fists finally landed on Ling Xiao's body. Rumble. A terrifying roar exploded around Ling Xiao's body. Smoke and dust filled the air, and Ling Xiao's figure could no longer be seen clearly. Ha ha ha, serves him right. He's already been blown to pieces. Now the first prince won't do anything more to Yuanling. That's great. UPA is really powerful. No wonder he's the #1 warrior in Yuanling, second only to the patriarch. His cultivation has already reached the late stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. How could this poor human be able to block it? However, the crowd's discussion didn't make UPA happy. Only UPA could clearly feel that his punch didn't hurt Ling Xiao at all, as if it had hit a towering mountain. When the smoke and dust dispersed, Ling Xiao's figure reappeared. They couldn't see his face under the mask, but they could see Ling Xiao's disdainful eyes. Not only was Ling Xiao not killed, but he didn't even move an inch from where he was just standing. "Are you tickling me?" Ling Xiao's contemptuous voice came out of his mouth, full of mockery. "That's impossible." UPA couldn't believe it. He was sure that his attack was absolutely full of strength, but it didn't have any effect at all. That was impossible. Wasn't Ling Xiao a human? "You must have suffered internal injuries." "You must have. Don't pretend to be strong and calm." The corner of UPA's mouth twitched, and he said nonsense that even he didn't believe. "Internal injuries?" Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. "You think you're worthy of injuring me? Are you ready?" "What?" UPA was stunned and asked. "I've said that there's only one result if you attack, and that's death. You can't be so forgetful, right?" Ling Xiao said indifferently. It wasn't until this moment that the warriors of Yuanling suddenly came to their senses. They only knew that Ling Xiao was a wanted criminal, but they didn't know how strong Ling Xiao was. "UPA, run away." Yuanimo suddenly yelled. UPA also reacted. He wanted to turn around and run away, but his fists seemed to be sucked by Ling Xiao's body and couldn't be pulled away. "Run away? It's too late to run away now." Ling Xiao raised his right hand indifferently and slowly approached UPA's forehead with only one finger. UPA felt a fear that he had never felt before. Death seemed to be in front of his eyes and was constantly approaching. "It's over." UPA could feel the terrible power released from that finger, which was definitely not something he could resist. When you go to hell, remember, it's best not to act rashly before you figure out the situation. Ling Xiao's finger finally touched UPA's forehead. At that moment, nothing happened. UPA was still a little happy, but in the blink of an eye, his whole head began to distort and deform. Bang! His body suddenly flew out and exploded in midair. When he fell to the ground, he had become an incomplete corpse. Wu Pa was actually killed? All the warriors of Yuanling felt a fear that they had never felt before in the depths of their hearts. They only thought that Ling Xiao was a person who could be bullied easily, but they didn't expect that Ling Xiao was strong enough to destroy the entire Yuanling. A bunch of idiots. You chose the wrong side. Even the gods can't save you. Ling Xiao looked at Yuanimo and the other warriors of Yuanling sarcastically. These fellows actually wanted to kill Ling Xiao because of a single sentence from the first prince, but they didn't know that the eldest prince and the so-called masters behind him were just a group of paramecia in Ling Xiao's eyes. He wanted to help Yuanling out of the kindness of his heart, but these idiots didn't appreciate his kindness at all. In that case, why should he bother? However, he still had to kill the eldest prince. This was not for Yuanling, but for the girls who had been harmed. Although he usually didn't like to be chivalrous, he was still willing to do what he could. At this time, Leah was completely in a trance. Chapter 2871. Leah's previous thought was that Ling Xiao might be a disciple of a powerful force from outside. He might be able to help her and her tribe. However, after seeing Ling Xiao's attack, she finally understood that Ling Xiao was not joking when he said he would protect her. He was serious. Interesting. Seeing Ling Xiao easily kill UPA, the eldest prince did not panic at all. Instead, he showed a look of interest. Perhaps to him, the people of Yuanling were too trashy and could not keep up with the times. "Ling Xiao, you are indeed as powerful as the rumors say. However, with your cultivation, you can only bully this group of good-for-nothings. You are still useless in front of me." Ling Xiao glanced at the eldest prince and showed a somewhat disdainful smile. This idiot prince's cultivation was too low, and his eyesight was even worse. In fact, the blow he used to kill UPA just now had at least the strength of the first turn of the Yinyang State's 12th level of hell. This guy actually did not see it at all. That good-for-nothing UPA. It seems that I have to do it myself. Yuanimo gritted his teeth. He could not tolerate being called a good-for-nothing. If he became a good-for-nothing, he would lose his value and would not be far from death. If the Patriarch personally does it, there will be no problem. All of the meta-spirit race martial practitioners became excited again. "Patriarch, avenge UPA. Kill that guy." Yuanimo did not speak. A saber appeared in his hand. This saber was a celestial-grade spiritual weapon. He had snatched it from the disciples of the Arcana Academy. The saber glowed with a cold silver light and revealed a terrifying murderous aura. Yuanmo's cold eyes stared at Ling Xiao. This saber of his had caused countless disciples of the Arcana Academy to suffer. Even Chun Sangxiong was no match for him. The moment he took out the saber today, Yuanmo's entire aura changed. Oh, not bad. You are indeed the patriarch of Yuanling. You are indeed stronger than that good-for-nothing UPA. The first prince said with a smile as if he was watching a show. To him, capturing Ling Xiao was a piece of cake. He didn't mind watching a good show before making his move. Ling Xiao, you killed my clan's warrior Wu Pa, eat my blade. Yuan Imo roared and took a step forward, brandishing his saber at the same time. Saber light flashed, and saber intent burst out. The entire space was suddenly filled with terrifying saber intent. It was as if countless sabers were dancing in the air. It was terrifying. Suddenly, Yuan Imo slashed out with his saber. The extremely terrifying saber chi became incomparably huge and blasted towards Ling Xiao's head. He did not hold back in this attack, as he was determined to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. If Ling Xiao didn't die, the Yuanling tribe would have no future. At the very least, that was what he thought. The saber chi tore through the void and instantly arrived near Ling Xiao. The whistling wind from the saber made the onlookers feel the pain of their bodies being torn apart. The warriors of the Yuanling tribe were so excited that their bodies kept trembling. Such a terrifying attack could even injure a warrior of the first turn of the yin-yang state and the early stage of the 12th level of hell. Not to mention Ling Xiao. This kid was dead meat. Until now, they still hadn't figured out Ling Xiao's true strength. Ling Xiao yawned. He stretched out his right hand in boredom, and then gently raised 2 fingers. The terrifying saber chi blasted onto Ling Xiao's fingernail. It was easily blocked by the fingernail, and there was not the slightest crack on the fingernail. Everyone looked at this scene with incomparable shock. What was going on? Yuanimo was even more shocked. This was already his most powerful attack, but the other party blocked it with just a fingernail. How powerful was this young man in front of him? He began to regret and fear. Perhaps he had really offended someone he shouldn't have offended at all. Crack! The saber shattered. Ling Xiao had actually used 2 fingers to destroy an immortal-grade spirit tool treasured saber. Then, his figure flashed, and he was already in front of Yuanimo. Oh no! Yuanimo only saw a black shadow coming at him, and he hurriedly retreated. But how could his speed compare to Ling Xiao's? 2 cold lights flashed. It was actually the cold light brought by the fingernail. But Yuanmo's 2 arms were already broken. After that, a blood-curdling shriek came out of his mouth. Ling Xiao's finger had pierced into his body and crippled his cultivation. I won't kill you because you'll see something you don't want to see the most. Ling Xiao showed mercy not because he was merciful, but because he wanted to make Yuanimo suffer more. The patriarch Yuanimo was crippled so easily. This scene finally shocked all of the meta-spirit race's martial artists to the core. They were terrified, and uneasy. You want to kill me? Even if all the warriors of Yuanling attack together, you're not qualified. Ling Xiao looked at the warriors of Yuanling disdainfully and said coldly, I dare to be enemies with the royal family of the Qin Kingdom, but you're only worthy of being dogs for the royal family of the Qin Kingdom. Don't you understand the huge gap in strength between us? Trash. What a bunch of trash. The eldest prince saw that Yuanimo was crippled in an instant. This scene was not very satisfying. He was no longer interested in continuing to watch. He waved his hand behind him and said, Go, kill that kid. It doesn't matter if the other parts of his body are destroyed. Just leave his head behind. I still have to ask my father for a reward. Ling Xiao threw Yuanimo down, then walked to the cage and released Leah. Furthermore, he used his barrier martial soul to protect her and her female bodyguard. Leah and her female guard were the only 2 people Ling Xiao wanted to save among these people. He had promised to protect Leah. Moreover, this woman did not betray him at the critical moment. It was not bad to do her a favor. As for the female guard, no matter how dangerous the situation was, she was still loyal to Leah. Just this loyalty alone was enough to make him think highly of her. He turned around and looked at the eldest prince. A cold gaze shot out from Ling Xiao's eyes like the light of hell. It was bone-chilling, as if it could freeze a person's body in an instant. At that moment, the eldest prince was so frightened that he fell from his black tortoise. He was so frightened that he thought Ling Xiao had already killed his way to him. However, when he got up, he realized that Ling Xiao was still standing there without moving. Just his gaze alone was enough to make him terrified. Kill him. Kill him quickly. The eldest prince was furious. No one could make a fool of him like this. Yes. Behind the eldest prince, more than a dozen warriors rushed toward Ling Xiao, trying to take the lead. These people were not weak. They were all at the early stage of the 12th level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm. Logically speaking, they should not have underestimated their enemy. However, the problem was that they did not expect Ling Xiao to be so terrifying. When the dozen or so martial artists shouted and pounced towards Ling Xiao was shocked. Chapter 2872. Suddenly, the dozen or so warriors who were rushing towards Ling Xiao froze. It was as if they were bound by something, unable to move. Their entire bodies seemed to be paralyzed. At this time, Ling Xiao slowly walked towards them with an indifferent expression on his face. Oh no, this guy is too strong. His energy can actually bind our movements. This guy is at least a martial artist at the late stage of the first transformation of the 12th level of hell. Finally, someone who understood the situation appeared. One of the warriors who was bound had once heard his master say that if one wanted to use energy to bind the opponent's movements, in terms of internal strength, one had to be at least 2 small realms stronger than the opponent. They were all martial artists at the early stage of the 12th level of hell. Then, wouldn't Ling Xiao's cultivation be at least at the late stage of the 12th level of hell? How could they afford to offend such a person? Hearing this person's words, everyone was stunned. Yuan Mo even forgot the bursts of pain coming from his body. Ling Xiao was actually a powerhouse at the late stage of the first transformation of the 12th level of hell. He was clearly so young. He was actually stupid enough to make an enemy of such a person. No wonder Wu Pa died. No wonder he was easily defeated by the other party. Regret. Endless regret flooded him like a tidal wave. He suddenly thought of what his daughter Leah had once said. Leah had said that Ling Xiao was here to help the Yuanling, to protect their tribe from being harassed and bullied by the Chen Kingdom's royal family. But what did he do? Because he was afraid of the Chen Kingdom's eldest prince, he actually put Ling Xiao under house arrest and begged for mercy from the Chen Kingdom's eldest prince. He did all kinds of shameless things. However, in the end, he suddenly realized that the eldest prince, whom he was afraid of, was nothing in front of this young man. Originally, this powerful warrior could have become their tribe's most powerful guardian. But he had done so many stupid things. He was afraid of an ant, and in order to beg for mercy from the ant, he attacked a powerhouse. The more he thought about it, the more ridiculous he felt. It was also lamentable. The eldest prince also looked at Ling Xiao in horror. At this time, his only thought was to escape. However, Ling Xiao's aura had already enveloped the entire area. It was impossible for him to escape. He could even feel that if he were to escape, there would only be one outcome, a tragic death. First Prince, don't worry. With us here, we will definitely ensure His Highness' safety. The 2 warriors beside the first prince who had the same cultivation as Ling Xiao comforted the first prince. However, even they were able to sense that Ling Xiao's aura was so terrifying that it could completely suppress the 2 of them. With the same cultivation, how could there be such a huge gap? Did you just say you were going to kill me? Ling Xiao finally walked to the front of the Chen Kingdom cultivator and asked with a faint smile on his face. That person's body trembled non-stop as if he was shivering in the cold wind. He looked at Ling Xiao in horror and shouted, I beg you, please spare me, I'm just following orders. Acting on orders? I clearly saw that you were the first to rush out just now. Your first prince didn't seem to mention your name. Ling Xiao stretched out his hand. His slender and straight fingers approached the warrior's forehead. The warrior was so scared that he lost control of his bladder. He clearly remembered the scene when Ling Xiao killed Wu Pa. He didn't want to die like that. He didn't want to die like that. Die. A cold voice came out of Ling Xiao's mouth. A terrifying force immediately burst out from his fingers. That warrior was bounced out like a rubber ball. He crashed into 7 or 8 people in a row. And these 7 or 8 warriors all died tragically on the spot. Ling Xiao never showed mercy to his enemies. It was so in the past. It was so now. It would be so in the future. He would never show any mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Lava storm. Destroy. Killing them one by one was too boring. Ling Xiao raised his hand. A crazy heat was brewing in his hand. It seemed to have turned into a small volcano. Then, a terrifying storm erupted. The boiling lava was like a terrifying gale that swept towards that group of warriors. Shrill screams began to rise and fall. Previously, they looked down on Ling Xiao and looked down on Ling Xiao. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Now, all that was left were their screams and begging for mercy. Those who kill will be killed by others. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the boiling lava roaring there. His expression didn't change at all. The first prince, who was protected by 2 yin-yang realm cultivators at the late stage of the 12th level of hell, escaped this calamity. They floated in the air, trying to escape. However, no matter which direction they went, Ling Xiao would always appear in front of them. The first prince looked at Ling Xiao in horror. The youth in front of him was no longer a human. He was a ferocious beast, a malefic star, a demon king. He killed people like flies and would never show mercy. The people of Yuanling didn't know how to express their emotions when they saw this horrifying scene. They could only kneel there in horror and pray that Ling Xiao would not attack them after killing the first prince and his men. Otherwise, they would not be able to fight against such a powerful existence. There would only be one ending for them, and that was death. Undoubtedly death. First prince, don't be afraid. We will protect. Before the 2 warriors at the late stage of the 12th level of hell could finish their words, their throats were pierced by 2 rays of cold light from Ling Xiao's fingers. They fell into the boiling lava. Their corpses were instantly reduced to ashes. Protect? Can you protect him? Ling Xiao looked disdainfully in the direction where the 2 fell, then looked at the first prince. Do you still want to kill me now? He asked mockingly. No. No. The first prince shook his head like a rattle drum. Kill Ling Xiao? Don't joke around. This fiend only used one move to kill almost all the warriors who followed him. Not to mention those useless people, he was actually able to instantly kill 2 warriors at the late stage of the 12th level of hell. With this guy's strength, even the stupidest person could figure it out. He still dared to kill Ling Xiao? Could he kill him? With his strength, he could not even kill Yuan Mo, let alone Ling Xiao. He was just relying on the few experts by his side. But now, those experts were already dead. What else did he have? You can't kill me. I'm the first prince of the Chen Kingdom's royal family. I'm the son of the Lightning Emperor. The 5 elders all like me very much. If you kill me, don't even think about leaving here alive. The first prince shouted in horror. He was already speaking without thinking. What's my name? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Ling Xiao. Yes, my name is Ling Xiao. I killed the 2nd prince, the 8th prince, the 12th prince, and the 11th prince. I also killed your elder Kong and destroyed your supreme lightning. I just went to the untouchable place and killed that useless elder Hua. Then, may I ask, what are you compared to them? Ling Xiao looked at the first prince mockingly and asked, You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.